Hi, everybody. Hi. Hi. How are you? How are all of you? Hi. Hi. Please like, share, subscribe, and hype to my channel if you have yet to do so. And if you get anything from my work, a connect down epiphany, a mind explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore, artwork to create, please consider supporting my work. All the links are at the bottom of the description. After the video uploads, it's live. There's nothing there yet. AllyKatCreations211.com is my website. Please go there to check out all the spectacular things that I do: candles, paintings, pyramids, gem skulls, you name it. It's cool. It's unique. Hi. Go there. Email me because I do everything privately. I know it's an extra step. I get it. It's annoying. We're so used to instant gratification, but that's not how I work. Not because it's just costly. Please email me. And then I have channel memberships. There's 2 tiers. You get oracle card readings. I only give you a little tasting on Fridays. You get cute emojis. Cute Freya emojis, by the way. Lil Thor. You guys also get raffles when I'm able to do them, and soon I'm going to be able to do them again. Just don't know when, but it's incoming. I gave away pyramids, prints, paint and sip paintings. I do a lot for you guys when I'm able to do it. So it's a really good benefit for the fee for the month. And 40 gets to work with me. You guys get to criticize and help formulate the beautiful content that I have there. I'm also really working on compiling. I'm going through each and every day because the AIs give me, I have to like make a bunch of little Thor and little Freya cartoon caricatures and going through different things, and not you can't only you're only if it's free, you're only able to do so much every day. So I've been going through and making a bunch of different photos, seeing what I like, seeing what I don't, and I'm also wanting to include you guys. I know Scott gave me some pictures. I didn't touch those yet. I'm just in the infancy stages of making this book, but I would like you to be a part of it, and my channel members get to. So think about it. And I mean, if Ashmaya wants to include her doggies in my adventures, I'm excited for that. Um, if you have a kitty cat or a doggy that wants to come and pop up into my little Thor and Freya adventures, please don't be shy. It's a collaborative effort from all of us. I have something in my eyeball. Today is Gone with the Wind. I put myself as the wind goddess. Holy. Hi, Scott. Hi, Ashmaya. Hi, friends. Hi, everybody in the background. Please don't forget to like, share, subscribe, hype it. Um, Crazy day. The weather is bananas in Northwest Indiana. Not only did we have brutal tornadoes come through 25 minutes south of me today, beautiful out, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and consistent 40 to 50-mile-per-hour winds constantly all day. My school had a power outage. My house had a power outage. A few of them. My notifications were coming up later in the day. My neighbor has a humongous tree limb that dropped in her backyard. Her trees are dead. I had an arborist when I first moved here. I had an arborist come and check my trees out because my insurance company made me do it. And my trees are just about healthy. They took some limbs down, ones that were not looking so good, and trimmed some of my trees. Her yard is filled with dead trees. It's going to fall on my house, and she's going to get sued. Not because I want to do it. It's because you got to take care of your property like a homeowner should. And yes, Miss Allison's slacking on her horrible backyard conditions, but I can't have nice things in my backyard. Either I have animals or windbags and tornadoes and in the weather that tore up my backyard. It was really nice 3 years ago, and now it's like, so I have to reconfigure my backyard. My elderberry tree is up, so I'm really just today was bananas. Yesterday, I had a really, really bad day. Really bad day. Nonstop coughing. This is obviously an infection. Again, it didn't go away. I thought it did. I got through Blavatsky, don't know how. I had a migraine. I was nauseous, not feeling the best yesterday, and I had a crazy day with the kids. Um, Hi, Charlene. So yesterday was rough. I'm not gonna lie, yesterday was very rough. I just wasn't feeling it. Not, I mean, it, guys, if I thought today was crazy with the wind and last week with the tornadoes, you know what's coming to town again? More storms and a snowstorm. That's right. Snow. I'm not a person who is, oh my God, it's snowing in March. No, it snows in March and it snows in April. And I'm only here 3 years. New York used to get snow. I had a snowstorm like a week before my birthday a few years ago, like a storm. So I'm used to this stuff. It's just inconvenient. Inconvenient. And then I had to find out today that snow day that we had to take and I didn't get paid for and I asked him to take a day. Well, I can't take a day. I can't take it. I have to come into work during my spring break, which is not bad because that gives me an extra day's pay on my check and not a whole week loss. Today, the weather, so like earlier today, we had some power glitching happening at the school, and my teacher's like, Allison, now I understand what you're talking about when the lights do flickering. Like you could barely notice it with the fluorescent lights in the school, but like today you could definitely, we felt me. She's like, oh my God, I felt that. I'm like, you did, didn't you? She goes, yeah, this is shit. This batch of crazy. And I'm like, yeah, I think that's just the power going out and the wind. It was. But like we had a kid today kept looking up and outside the window, and we don't leave our windows open. And like there was definitely something in presence, definitely in my room today. We like I like to take because Fridays I have a smaller amount of kids, so we try to take them outside, me and my other para. It was so windy. And we try to go to the side of the yard where the wind would be blocked by the building. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. The kids were out and we are like, they were allowed out, but we just had to be cautionary with them out there. We played for a little bit and we were like, okay, this is too much. The kids were like, ah, falling back. The wind was bananas and we just like, okay, let's just go inside. Gorgeous outside looking. It's super, super sunny, super sunny, just really, really windy. And it's not. a wind gust that just came in. It's like consistently all day long. So annoying. Bananas. Bananas. And you know what also has been bananas? Me not sleeping, by the way. Is Schumann. Oh, I felt that yesterday. You know what I felt? See that red-ish area right there? That's what Allison felt. Holy crap. I felt it. Next level yesterday. But also notice the grids. It's hard to see with the stupid computer. Look at the gridding. And we're on the calm side now. It's not that we're not calm. Hi, El Sunray. What is going on? There's a grid now. It's like pretty precise. It's like you got the math paper from the 1980s. Do you guys remember the grid paper that you point and plotted your graphs, graphing paper? That's what's happening on the Schumann residence. I got about 4 hours last night. I've been having a cough and finally it's like starting to come out of me. Um, I had a migraine yesterday. That was insane. I really thought I was going to have a stroke. Thankfully, I did not. But I was just out of sorts yesterday. The frequencies are at 8.02. That's high. The electromagnetic field is still, it's easier to show you here. It's all green. There's that barely any blue there anymore. That's dancing. It's dancing. You see this line? It's dancing. The electric field as well. The plot looks good. I mean, so yeah, crazy weather. Now, conspiracy Allison's putting her tinfoil hat on. So the tornadoes that hit 25 minutes south of me, which seems and sounds like it's a lot, like a big span of time, like it isn't. It's really close. It's not that far. The tornadoes that happened down south for me in Jasper County, tinfoil hat moment, it demolished a solar farm. Did we determine if the solar farm is bad or good? I don't know. All I know is it takes up a fucking shit ton of land that could have been a farming venture for somebody. I passed by it. We got to find out. I have to find out if the gun range is still intact because it's in that area that it got hit. Allison really would love to go pew-pewing to get some stress out. I would love to go pew, 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 at the range, but if the range is blown away, I don't know what's going to happen. Hi, Michael. Hi, Steven. How are you guys? We don't really have, okay, I'm not saying Indiana doesn't have wind farms, but we don't have that up here where I'm at. Like, where I'm at, my locale is residential. So everything is like a hub. Like they call my area the heart of the region because we have all the shopping. We have like everything at your disposal within a few mile radius. I mean, every town has their stores and their, restaurants and stuff, but like we have the hub. So everybody comes here to go to Costco and to Sam's Club, and the mall is right here. Like there's not many malls out in this area. So most people come here to do their shopping and stuff. Out where the gun range is, where the areas where I go pew-pewing, it's open farmland. For the most part, there's like people that live there, and it's not just farm people. There's people that live there, but it's mostly farms. Different types of vegetation and cattle and whatever have you. There's a lot of horses out here. So there's a lot in those fields amongst a solar farm. I don't know why that tornado hit that area, besides obviously you know, taking it out. It got pretty heavily damaged. I'm hoping by the end of maybe later, because I didn't really sleep last night, I have to go through and get some clothes that I am no longer able to fit in or wear, and I'm going to donate it to, there's like a couple of places down there that are hosting help. So I'm going to be giving people, you know, whatever I have that I am not using, I'm bringing it down there. People are in need. People lost everything down there. And see if they can't get it. If they don't need it, I'm sure Kankakee, Illinois needs it. You know, they're people that are in need. So I'm hoping me cleaning out my closet, a woman can have a nice wardrobe that I can't fit into anymore. Um, yeah, hey Sparky, I don't understand, like, I don't think solar is terrible. I just don't know in that lot. I mean, I don't know if anybody's seen the pictures down there. There's a lot there. It's not just like you know, an acre or two. It is hundreds of acres of just solar panels. I passed by it going to the range. Wheatfield is not that far from here. Jasper County is the county underneath mine. I'm in Lake. Right underneath is Jasper. It's right there. I literally taken SR10 to get to the range. Like it blows my mind. And there's a lot of livestock out there. It's really pretty out there. But it's also not, it's not okay. If you're gonna take things out, I rather a direct energy weapon. Because but then but wait, there's more. We're getting a snowstorm on Sunday night. We're getting like, it's going to be 70 degrees. We're going to get the same kind of wind bag that we got today. And I don't know, it's still windy outside. I'm still seeing trees do this. I lost power earlier. That's why I'm like, okay, the kids got dismissed late. I got home. I'm like, okay, I had to clear my property of the garbage and the tree limbs. And then I'm like, okay, I can go live. We're going to get this on Sunday night, again at night, and then it's going to snow Monday and Tuesday. We're not going to see as much snow as upper north of us. Michigan, the UP of Michigan might see 4 feet. 4 feet. That's a lot of snow. That's why my thumbnail was like Gone with the Wind. I'm the wind goddess because why is up here being targeted? I could tell you this energy here is dark. Allison's outside of good and evil paradigm, but there is negative entities here. There is negative energy here. That there's no escaping that acknowledgement. Like I acknowledge it's here. This land is tainted and it needs to be transmuted. Right, Charlene. Yeah. I mean, I'm not against the solar thing for a house, an RV. Oh my gosh, my eyeball. I'm not against that. If you've seen the pictures of the tornado ripping through the field, literally all of that is destroyed. That could have been farmland. I know Indiana soybeans and corn. Let's just say it could have been a hemp farm for all we care. I mean, that's still illegal here in the state. But I mean, it could have been something productive and not. Let's let Allison give you some facts. We have NIPSCO. When I was in New York, we had Con Edison. Doesn't matter if you have solar, if you have either gas or electric, you're getting fucked by them. You want to know why I can't pay my electric my property tax? Because they keep upping. I'm one person and I'm barely home during the 10 months I'm working. 7, 8 hours a day. My lights are not on. I'm barely making any food. I run the laundry once a week. I'm not overly using my appliances. Anything non-essential is not plugged in. And my bill was close to 369. Love those numbers. But that's too high. And then you're looking at it's being investigated right now that people are being extremely overcharged, that their meters are incorrect, their delivery fee is high, and it doesn't matter if you have solar panels because you're still getting charged. So it, we have a windmill stupid thing not far from my house. It's one stupid windmill that kills birds annually. They're in southern Indiana, and I don't like those at all. And I prefer the solar panels if that has to be, but not acres of farmland. They're trying to build data centers here. Is that why we're having tornadoes? You're going to try to rip up the land so that no one can live on it so you can build your stupid data centers. I, I have about 10. I want to get out of here in less than 10 years. Um, with what I just did, and I'm waiting on all kinds of things to be signed. But with the loan that I took out, it's a home investment, and I have 10 years to pay it off. And if it's like usually when you sell your house is when you pay it off. I'm hoping within the next 3 to 4 years, I'm out of here. And not that I don't love my house, but the direction this area is going in, no. I don't know where I'm going. El Sunray, and even down in a couple of the counties here, there is wells. Those people still have to pay for it to be treated. Treated. So they're going to get you in any way, and I'm hoping that a lot of things start changing. They're not. They're a detriment. And look, there's a lot of land in the United States that is unoccupied by animals, by wildlife, by human beings, that they can put these things there. There is spots. I'm not saying that, but they're trying to put it near hubs. If the Chicago Bears move to 15 minutes north of me, 20 minutes northwest of me, that stadium is going to bring in a lot of things, but it's also going to bring in other big tech shit that we don't need. But I mean, you want to go to a football game and the roads in Indiana is fucked. You have to pay the toll road. That's another reason why I think they're going to move the Bears to Indiana. The toll roads, the tolls alone are expensive. It was 40 effing dollars for me to get on this side of Indiana. I thought the Verrazano Bridge was ridiculously bad at $20. Like, I mean, Staten Island got a discount, but that was still not enough. Everybody else could go on the Brooklyn Bridge and it's a free bridge to cross over into Manhattan. Yeah, it's congested. But my goodness, it's so expensive to drive out there. And I'm like, okay, $40. What? I was talking to my teacher, I think it was yesterday. And she lived in this area her whole life. So I asked her some questions. I'm like, were things a lot different back when you were a kid than they are now? And she goes, pretty much, yeah. And I'm like, well, do you think that things got cleaner or dirtier? And she absolutely was like, no, dirtier. They don't, they left infrastructure in from the 1950s and 60s, and that's usually when this town and a lot of the development in this area was made, like these little towns. You know, when Gary went down, a lot more people started moving this way and building because they didn't want to leave the area per se, and they didn't want to move out. They just moved away from the industrialness, but they moved further down. So a lot of the areas around here, my house is from 1959. A lot of the architecture, the structure, and the infrastructure is super outdated, and no one sits there to go, oh, every 20 years, let's put in new pipes, let's put in better technology. And it's running on ancient systems. Not saying it's bad, but if you don't upkeep what's there already, and that's half of the United States, yips. I'm all about the Jetsons cars, but just like regular cars, I don't trust people. I don't trust people. If there won't be the taxes on a Justin's car, I'm sure. Oh my gosh. Gas prices are like ridiculous. If the United States is getting their gas from Venezuela, potentially, what does this war have anything to do with our gas prices? Please let me know. Dial in. Just like I'm here for the ride. The energies have been, and a lot of us are just frustrated. I was frustrated. I had a migraine. My allergies are like killing me. It's 70, it's 20. It's 60, it's 30, it's 25-mile-per-hour winds I can handle, and now it's 70. It is tornado season, and the next day it's snowing. Literally, the other day it was snowing. Snowing. It was 70 degrees, and then it went back to snowing. It's a lot. Hi, Mel. Hi, Joshua. I'm afraid for you, Scott. I am. I'm afraid. I am afraid. I have faith in people, but I don't. If you have ever been on the roads, wow. I agree with you, El Sunray. And that's what I was talking about with the solar farm. I'm not against solar. I'm not against technology that if it could be cheaper, I mean, free electricity is already in Finland. It's in Finland. It's out there. I posted articles. There's free energy already. Why do we need solar? We're not there yet in the United States, and that's cool. But I'd rather see that land be used for hemp or, Indiana is huge on farming. So is Iowa. And a lot of the states in the Midwest are your farming. Why can't we have a hemp farm? I don't know if hemp would grow well in Indiana in the soil in this like climate. I don't know. I'm not an expert in how hemp grows. High read perception, but I would imagine that you could grow it here. Yeah, I mean, and now imagine people are up in the sky having to get pilot license. Now, what happens if the Jetsons car falls out of the sky? It's not just a head-on collision. You are falling and dropping and hopefully having a parachute in your car. I'd rather be the teleportating person. I'd rather teleportation, but we're not. Again, that's going to take some time. They are testing it out. They're testing it out. They are. They're testing it out. I'm really excited. Really, really excited about that. Yeah. We had a 73-mile-per-hour gust of wind today. And then another storm system coming in Sunday night. Fun. Great. Wonderful. I know, Scott. Sounds good, Charlene. An air car. I'm already seeing an issue with the Jetsons dilemma. Here's the dilemma I have with the Jetsons, with those kind of cars. And they told you, didn't they, about the UFOs? I was gonna pull something else up, but there's more. Meet George Jetson. Do. Um, I find it really, really, really funny that they would put like, is this architecturally even like a thing, right? We're in these beautiful mansions in the sky with what? Posts. That doesn't make any sense for my brain. Sorry, guys. We're getting there. I mean, the dog in its own little, look at that. How is his hand outside of the dome? Are they really in space or in there in the sky? But doesn't it look like a alien ship? I mean, here's the highway, but how do they know? Right? I know it's a cartoon, but I'm just alluding to these like conundrums that are going on in my brain. It's a good concept, but is it? Is it a good concept? I mean, and now you're seeing these drones that are out there, but they're not so high off I mean, some of them are very high off the ground and some of them are just hovering. I'd feel more safer in a hover aerial thing than being all the way up in the sky and oops, the engines went down. I mean, aviation is amazing and kudos to that. But I don't trust if you can't drive a vehicle, how are you going to be trusted to drive a moving flying machine? And knowing like you have to know a lot more of aerodynamics. You need to know about the weather, the wind, your course of action, the weather. You got to do a lot of that before you can even, yeah, you could drive your car and you're going to get in an accident at some point in your life. I don't know. I don't know. It's just to think about that. I'd rather teleport. I'd rather be in World of Warcraft. Just, oh, I'm in a new city. Oh, I'm in chat. Oh, I'm in Stormwind. Hi. Yeah, and I could see and Mel, that's what I'm seeing in my brain. Like, not only does somebody like what's the age bracket for this? Still need cars and transportation. We have aeroplanes, we have helicopters, we have all that stuff already, and now we also now on top of that have drones. With the drone traffic alone, I'm a little shocked in certain areas that they're not colliding. It's a really good idea, but at the same time, unless you have a clear airfield that is not going to bother other things, I mean, I could see airplanes first upgrading into bigger and better. I could see that first before the car thing, for sure. I hate fucking roundabouts. I despise them and they're all over here. I don't like them. Well, it keeps the flow of traffic. if people know how to drive through them, and some of them are not as easy or navigatable than it's not just it's oh, we're going to go here and here and here and here and here and you have to be in this lane if you want to turn over here. Holy shit. I don't like it around here. That's all there is in certain areas. I avoid them with the plague. I don't like them. It makes me crazy. It really does. It drives me batshit crazy. Happy Friday the 13th, everybody. 313, the source message. The stuff that used to make you spiral now passes through you like weather. Yeah, it's unpleasant. Not happy about it, but it goes quicker than normal. You're beginning to notice how much unnecessary suffering came from trying to control everything. You no longer need answers to everything. You're observing more, adapting, pausing, responding instead of reacting. It seems like a small shift, but psychology and energetically, this is enormous. Your awareness is now in the driver's seat. Life is no longer something that just happens to you. It's starting to feel like something more intentional. Auntie Amy. Hi, Lovey. Happy Friday the 13th to anybody that celebrates the cool, like, let's watch Jason slashers. I watch horror films. I'm not bothered by them. I'm desensitized. But I saw that shift in me, and I'm still purging a lot of that stuff out. I'm not trying to get angry. I couldn't pay two bills. I got to pay two different ones. I paid one today and one I sent the check out for. My check is almost gone again. But I mean, eventually the loan is going to kick in whenever that does come in. And I'm not like I'm not there yet. I'm not breathing free. I'm not. I still have anxiety over things I can't control. I'm not letting it consume my day anymore. I'm definitely not worried as much anymore, but still gotta let it go. But I'm not responding my old self way. Yesterday, I did have a lapse. I did have a lapse because when something I feel that is super passionate in my heart, feeling it and feeling it hard, and someone's challenging my feelings, I'm gonna rip a fucking new asshole. I'm going to fucking lose it. And I lost it a little bit yesterday. Lost it. I lost my teeth too. Not fun. I'm not proud of myself for that. But when I feel hard, my feelings are hurt. I lose it. I lost it. Happy birthday, Mark! Happy incarnation anniversary to Ash Maya's hubby. Happy birthday to you. Happy, here it is. Here's my cakes. Mark helped with a beautiful giving in and giving back, helping me out with that presentation. He went in and did all of that. So happy born day, happy incarnation anniversary to you. It's a lucky day. I don't see Friday the 13th as an evil thing. I don't. I think it's playful. I think you could be very playful with it. It's just a day. My birthday happens to fall on a Thursday, and that's one of my rougher days at work. I'm probably going to work. Not looking forward to 43. I'm not looking forward to it. I am not happy at 42. I thought I'd be okay by now. Apparently not. My soul said, haha, fuck you, bitch. My soul said, fuck you. I'm dragging you more through the mud with sharp razor blades and glass in the mud. Have fun with that, with salt. That's what my soul said. But I'm sure if you all reflect right now on where, like last week, I was prompting everybody to really think about how far you have come in the last few months, not even years at this point. A lot of people, unbeknownst to them, had started changing their mindsets out of nowhere. What once, like, and this is like from my staff that is not into spirituality, has no concept of anything that I know, like I try to speak to them about, they're not in awareness. And they were like, you know what else? And you have a point. I haven't been going off the deep end. I've been kind of like not complacent, but not worried either. So that you got a lot going on, Miss Ashmaya. Mm, I did yawn. The yawn box is now opened. Think about your reactions and your thought process. If you're not there yet and you're still reacting your old self way and or your same self, ask yourself why. We're going to slip up. I have. I did it yesterday. Haven't done it in ages. There's just too much emotions bottled up in me that I didn't realize that were there that came the fuck out. It was nasty, but I got it out. And now I feel way better. I don't feel so like, but I don't feel like many of us are spiraling like we used to. I'm not saying that everybody does, everybody reacts to things differently. And this one I like because it's talking about the release. And we saw that in the Schumann resonance. I showed it a little earlier. Not everything that feels uncomfortable right now is a problem. Some of it is growth. With the energy of Friday the 13th, hidden truths and old patterns can arise to the surface so they can finally be released. As your energy shifts, certain thoughts, habits, or connections may begin to feel different, showing you what truly aligns with you now. Pay attention to what feels peaceful and grounding and reconsider what feels heavy or draining. Trust the quiet guidance leading you forward. I don't want my hair is already white. It like it's not white yet, but it's gray. Oxidizes blonde. But my hair is gray. So I don't have to worry about going gray. I'm there already. I don't need a heart attack. I don't think anybody needs any more than they, you know, our old self is going to be over there. The new self that's here right now, that's in front of you, should not be bound by those projections of old self. We're all shifting and changing in every second of every moment that you're breathing. A person, justifiably so in my eyes. But I would say I have screamed my head off at myself upstairs, screaming at them. Like how much it's frustrating for so many of us who are changing, are looking at life differently and going, okay, where is the opportunities? I'm a workhorse. I love to work. I love to do shit. I'm constantly working. It doesn't seem like work because it's stuff I like to do. Like this, I love to do. But I'm putting in the effort and not seeing the results. And results means, can I feed myself? Can I put a shelter over my head? Am I able to have the I don't need the fine wine. I don't need the Tiffany's date. I don't need any of that. I just want to live a nice, non-complicated life. It's nice to have, though, and not have to like live in stress all the time. And it's not because, okay, you can be, there's a fine line between being passive in your life and being an active participant in it. And I question people who are like lets everything off their shoulders, which is great that you could do that. But if you're not allowing something to light the fire under your ass to make the change in the first place, are you ever going to make the change? Because you're not feeling the pressure. You're just letting it go. Poof. Well, that bill will get paid on another day. Oh, I could do that later. It's not like the fire under your ass. And there are people who are very complacent in that mindset that I'll let everything just go over your shoulders, which is a good thing for certain aspects of your life. Things you can't help, but still should light a little bit of a fire under your ass to get you motivated to fix and change your circumstances. You can't have it let you worry it. You have to balance this out. And for me, I like to scream my face off when I'm passionate about something. And I'm like, okay, and what now? Literally, what now? A lot of us on the higher path have been thrown the kitchen sink and the toilet and the sewage and everything else. It's crazy. I just want to breathe. Just want to breathe. I'm going to read this because I think we all need to hear this out. I posted this earlier. You have been living inside a borrowed clock. From childhood, you were trained to follow external timing, school schedules, career milestones, societal expectations of when things should happen. Not me! This collective clock is not truth, it is an agreement, and you are no longer bound by it. The sovereign timeline is the recognition that time itself responds to your frequency. When you step out of the collective pace and anchor into your own rhythm, events bend to your chosen speed, accelerating what you are ready for, expanding what needs integration. You become the architect of not just what happens, but when. Yes and no. We still have a soul contract to deal with that's not in our linear time space. Time is a frequency agreement, not an absolute law. When you believe something must take years, the field delivers on that schedule. When you know it can appear in weeks, the field has no reason to delay, unless you carry a frequency mismatch that demands a gap. Most people wait years for changes that could occur in days, not because the universe requires the wait, but because their agreement with collective timing creates it. You scroll down a little bit. 3 anchors of the sovereign timeline. Detachment from the collective clock. You stop measuring your progress against societal milestones. What should take 5 years by conventional timing no longer governs your reality. Frequency-based timing. Events occur in direct correlation with your energetic readiness, not an external date. When your frequency is complete, the manifestation is immediate. Temporal command. You consciously choose acceleration in areas where you're ready and intentional slowing in areas that require deep integration. The trap of it takes time. When people say things take time, what they often mean is, I don't fully believe it is here yet, so I'm buying time to believe it. This is not failure. It's simply proof that the frequency match isn't yet stable. The solution is not to wait, but to bring the match into completion now. I choose the speed of my life, and reality obeys. When you anchor into your sovereign timeline, opportunities arrive too fast for others to comprehend. You avoid burnout by slowing the pace of areas that require deep integration. Life becomes fluid and self-directed, not a race against time, not a delay, but a rhythm you conduct. The sovereign timeline dissolves your dependency on the collective schedule. From here, you become the architect of not just what happens, but when it happens. Time is no longer a master you obey. It becomes a partner that amplifies your expansion on your terms. Well, now, does that not answer a very big complexity of questions that many people have asked in maybe the last couple of years? Why hasn't it happened yet? Where is it? What timeline did we jump to? Was humanity at the right frequency? We all agreed to play the collective game. We all agreed to come in here in this realm of experience, this expression of consciousness to experience. Sure, independently, individuated, you can shift your time. I've noticed it in the last couple of days that some days have gone by like in a snap. Like, what the F? Don't know where it went. Time. clock flew, lost in the moment. And other days it like dragged on. I know a lot of you feel the same way with your lives and wherever you are. Sometimes the day just, where did the day go? I don't know. Because you're busy. You're not focused on the clock. You're just focused on you getting tasks done. You're not looking. You might check here and there. Maybe you eat dinner at a certain time, or you have an appointment, or you're calling somebody at a time. So you're just checking the clock, but you're not bound by that. You're just doing you. And other days you're like, oh my God, when is it gonna go? That happened to me. All the both parallel dimensional spaces happen where time sped up and the day went completely, where did it go? And then, oh my God, what the hell? That did not feel like 5 minutes just passed. It felt like an eternity. And I wasn't even thinking about it. It's just the kids were going nuts. So that's me independent of the collective, experiencing these time fragments. Now, think about it on a larger scale. Why hasn't things manifested and collapsed into the wave function for humanity? Are you on the right frequency? Is the collective on the right frequency? Well, it's not here yet, so the static is still staticking. It There's a lot of complexity when it comes to this. It's not an easy thing to understand. Why hasn't the law of the land hit everybody yet? Why are we still paying taxes with taxes and more taxes? Why hasn't the files come out in this direct way? And this was projected over here, and it hasn't come yet. And it's the carrot on the stick analogy I give all the time. Oh, we got to go to the deck clock and we have to go and look at here because there's a secret message. Come look at me. Hi. It's batshit crazy. It's batty, 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 batshit crazy, batshit crazy, batty, 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 batty. Right? It's like this thing. It's magical. It wants you. It's like, oh, you know what? The gas prices are really high again. Oh, go put gold and silver into your accounts. Go do this. Go do that. Go do this. Go do that. And everybody's just rolling with the punches, thinking something is going to happen and not really focusing on how it feels to have it already because you're still living in a lack mindset. Charlene, absolutely. When we stop asking when these things are going to happen and not expect anything to happen because you're going to just live your life in the moment, you're going to do your best to make the changes and implement, and not every change you make is going to stick or is going to work out for you. It's a learning experience. I'm looking right now at pivoting my career midlife because what I'm doing isn't making me anything that I can sustain a life on. And I want to do something that impacts in my soul's mission. If I can create, and I'm not a graphic designer, but I am sure as hell going to find every free course I can take to advance myself to get there, I'm going to try. It doesn't harm, it really doesn't harm me at the end of the day to learn UX design and instructional design platforms. I'm not techie, but I'm not ignorant to the tech. So I have a capacity to learn something that A would help benefit this channel, myself, and maybe get a career that I could still do this, make an impact on a greater scale than in the tiny scale that I have here. People are still looking for something outside of themselves. The signs, synchronicities, and things that we see in our hologram are from our future selves, or they're from the other dimensional selves. They're giving us little hints like, hey, you're out of alignment here. I'm going to throw you some angel. When you do something right, you're going to get a synchronicity. There's no right or wrong path, by the way. There really isn't. The path that you're taking is right for you in the moment. It really is. You can't have it right or wrong. It's the slow path and the fast path. Sometimes things take forever because you got to learn the lesson, or you're the one imparting a lesson on another person that contracted you to say, hey, I need you to do this for me. It's fucked up. It's wacky doodle. They might not understand what you're doing and what your intention is, but it's out of love, and this is where you are at. Charlene, absolutely. Absolutely. Intuitively, my intuition has been hitting really hard right now, and it's making me question my own self a lot. A lot. Like, Allison, why would you take a loan out during Mercury retrograde? Are you that retarded? No, because I need it now. JG Wentworth. And not that it's coming now, right? Like it's in the process. And everything has been smooth, smooth, smooth. Everything's working out in my favor because it's supposed to happen, right? You can't blame Mercury retrograde for everything. And yes, read everything and know what everything's imparted. But either do I live in desperation? Do I go and get a bankruptcy attorney? And that is going to ruin a lot of, I'm only 40, going to be 43. I'm not married. I'm one person. I don't have another person's credit score to land me a car or to build up my credit if something does happen and I need a fix in my life, right? Like the window is still broken. Guess what? This loan's going to help me fix it. I can put in a new window now. I can't just throw it away. I have to save a lot of it, but I can get a new phone without worrying. Simple, basic things I could do without worrying. I could put food on my table without going and crying. And I'm going to be super careful because this is not a fix for everything. It's a fix for now, you know? Divine timing doesn't matter. It doesn't matter on divine timing if it is a celestial event, if it's a portal day, if it's Mercury retrograde, your contract is not bound by those planetary rules. Yes, it influences the energy. It's what you're emoting out of you. But if things are supposed to happen, they're going to happen and unfold either the slow way or the fast way. Charlene, I so hope so. I mean, and honestly, I teared up when the woman called me and said you were approved. Now the next steps come. I teared up because this is literally the first time in 3 years that someone said you were approved. No, actually, the approved thing, I'm going to take that back. because my move in New York, I didn't get approved. I didn't need to get approved for anything. I'm using the word approve, not you're hired. Difference. A very long time ago. So I teared up going, wow, I got approved for something. Finally. Finally. And it's something that I don't feel stressed about. Have a good night, Amy. Have fun watching Dexter on Friday the 13th. We love you. And Little Thor video will be out in the morning. Little stinker butt, little Thor got home, started after I cleared the backyard. I come back inside and I'm like, okay, what do I want to eat? And then Freya is chirping at the window, and I look, oh, there's little Thor. Oh, you waited for me to clear out all the branches to come and eat. So I got him his food. And then as soon as he finishes, he jets off my deck. So I have a video out for with him tomorrow. Oh no, Charlene, no. I'm not. I can't. I can't. What the loan is, the property tax is being taken care of, which I do have to put funds away for future for that. Um, I'm gonna take some of my debt down, like by extremes. So that's really what it's there for. Besides the new phone that I absolutely need, and if I find a job or I'm trying to shift a career thing, everything is telling me to keep what I have right now and shift. Shift. So I'm in that shift zone. Me doing the the quantum and the spiritual course, like I'm making it coursework. Like eventually I could put that on school, that website that a lot of people are starting to matriculate to. I could put it on there and do it as a course and just have the episodes there. That's kind of where I'm starting to put my energy into, is making courses, because I think that's going to help people out in the long run, but also help me get some exchange monetarily. Um, I'm going to be taking some courses in design work and computer stuff that I'm not comfortable doing, but you got to step out of your comfort zone in order to make change. So there's another change I'm going to do that I'm not comfortable doing, but I'm going to try my hardest to get that looking and seeing if that aligns with me. And it really feels good. You know, obviously doing Little Thor and Freya a book. Hey, I might be a published author one day and make it big. Um, Never out of the realm of impossible. But I'm putting myself in those, I'm making those steps and I'm putting it in practice. I'm not just saying it, like I'm creating it. Oh, I didn't transfer it. Mother effer. Come on now, baby P in the cartoon. Charlene, he is. He still is. Little Thor is still spraying. And it's potent spray. It's not, I mean, and cats that get snipped can still spray. He likes to spray. So when you come up my deck, I have my little gardening, it like just keeps my gardening stuff outside neat. It's like a little outside container, and he sprays it. And we caught, this was like the other day that he was here, and I left the door open a smidge so Freya could get some fresh air, and I smelt it. And my nose is like, my allergies in my nose are really not good. So if I could smell it, he's still not snippied. Usually when they snip, there's a tattoo. So if they do neutering and spaying, they tattoo or they cut the tip of the ear. So you know that they're treated. He has neither. Baby P. I mean, come on, it's little Thor in a portal. Like, I'm working on this behind the scenes. I'm coming up with ideas and I'm just collecting enough of them. Thank you. Like, I'm taking the pictures, I'm asking AI to just cartoonize it, and it's doing a really good job, but it's still like my vision. So I'm still doing a lot of this, and I'm going to start compiling photos of the backgrounds, and I'm going to start really, when I feel like I have enough content and pictures to go about their adventures to do the first book. I don't know what I'm going to do first. It's going to be good. And for anybody that's out there that would like to be a, I'm going to insert people in either caricature or cartoons. I know Ash Maya sent me some cutie pies of her doggos. They're going to be included in my little books, in my adventures. Yes, and he's not clipped on either one. At least that I can notice. Like I haven't noticed it. Um, Freya has the tattoo. Like if you look at Freya and I zoom in on her face, like you could see the blue tattoo that's in her ear. She was spayed. Her dad, Odin, had a little clip on top of his ear. Really hard to see because he had a longer fur, but it was there. Oh, oh, Ash Maya. Okay, so this is her little Thor fur baby. Oh my God, that's so cute. And that's gonna be like an adventure. They're gonna go through a portal and here's Scott and all the kitties in Utah. And here's the doggos in Ireland. It's gonna be adorable. And that's how I would like to impart, like having everybody come in and give me a photo. Like Wilson, you don't have to give me one of you. Like Little Thor meeting chicken. But it's these ideas that I'm having that I can propel myself forward. And I want those of you who are sitting in the house being like, well, I don't have a purpose. And what am I going to do? And Scott just sent me something interesting. I don't know. I have to review that. But I want everybody to sit and think about, I don't care how old you are. If you're struggling, what are inventive ways that you can be getting yourself out there? And you don't have to be like me talking on a channel. How can you influence others in a good way, in a wholesome way? How can you help others? I think that's very, very vital right now. A lot of us are meant to take the path not taken. We have to make and forge our own paths. That is a very hard feat to do in a third dimensional system that is bound by insanity. I would love Snaggletooth. That's excitement right there. Like, I love this concept. Upstairs gave it to me. Hey, why don't you include other people but in a cartoony, fun way so they get to meet other people's animals and they go on an adventure and they portal through and here's Baby P coming to the rescue at the end of I don't know, he hasn't been around in a little bit. He comes every couple of weeks. But like, what? It's inventive. Get inventive. Take the paths not traveled, but use what's at your disposal, and that's the 3D dimensional bullshit. You got to use what's here, but redefine it and take the unconventional route to get to your goal. I don't know how this is going to transpire, but I'm still making it. I said I'm going to do a course on spiritualism and quantum mechanics. It's a lot of an undertaking. It's over an undertaking. It's huge. It's a lot of work. But I'm like, well, I got to slow it down and take it step by step. Break things down so people can understand it. Apply it to what I'm talking about. And that was the first episode, the emergence, just talking about it. The order of things that I speak about doesn't need to make sense. You just need to understand how I'm perceiving it, interpreting it, and if you guys are getting it. You don't need to perceive the way I do. You don't need to feel how I feel about it anyway. What matters is that you're understanding the language being used. Okay, I don't want to butcher your name, but welcome. Amonra Pictures. Imagination is everything. I'm very conceptual with everything that I do. I'm all about the visuals. I'm all about trying to bring things down into layman's terms because these things are not easy. I could conceptualize the particles ripping apart and things decohering in my brain. I could see it. How do I now go about bringing it down to layman's terms so everybody can understand it? You know, ask a spiritual person depicting the Schumann resonance and talking about timelines, but then ask a person in quantum mechanics what a timeline is, and their answers are going to be two separate things. It's not going to make any sense. Ah, Super Car Blondie Punisher, how are you? I think when we talk about time dilations, look at the Schumann resonance, the electromagnetic field, that's all science terms. We spiritualize it to show and say what we feel and experience throughout the day, but we don't have the concept of what actually is a timeline shift. And then when we say, well, we're jumping into another version of ourselves, or we're jumping on a timeline to another reality, okay, so you then will have to understand what the many worlds interpretation is. and what the multiverse is and how complex that stuff is. You can't just make those claims. Spiritually speaking, you have to have in 3D rational explanation for why you're saying what you're saying. Chicken! Buck buck! There it goes. Chicken bok bok, chicken bok bok, chicken bok bok. How am I? I'm tired. We had 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts here today. I had some tree limbs go down next door, and my power went out a few times, but we're okay. I am praying that it's calming down now. And then we're getting a snowstorm on Sunday. Tornadoes in the early evening and a snowstorm after. Can't wait. But I am able to go food shopping. I need to do that. Especially if there is a snowstorm and I have to walk to work, because there's no way Allison's driving her car in a snowstorm. I'm not doing it. I could walk. Thank you, Charlene. And so when I put into chat, there goes my mouth, chat GPT, thanks to a certain special someone, told me to go and instead of like, obviously I was looking at headhunters and people that can find you jobs. I was collecting, and looking and reviewing like who has a good turnout rate and like what people think. And I'm like, well, why don't I just first ask, here's what I have as experience. I'm a paraprofessional, been doing it 11 years. I was a lifeguard. I have my YouTube channel. I do this and I do that. And I have this whole compendium of things. And they basically were like, why don't you, instructional design is coming up in designing curriculum and coursework, whether it be online or in a textbook. That's design. Not that I'm writing the curriculum. I mean, I could, but I would be the one designing the layout for, or posters for the kids. Actually, today was really interesting. One of the teachers is like, hey, Allie, I know you go into art school. I can't really figure this out. Could you draw me a thermometer and put some like things we need to achieve? And I'm like, yeah, I could do that. And like she was so blown away by me just taking a fucking plate. And then I don't have in my room we don't have rulers because they're dangerous. I know that sounds crazy, but kids are in my room contained for a reason. So I had to get inventive of how to get a straight line, and I built this thing out, and she was so impressed. She's like, "There's no way I would have been able to do this." I'm mm, I don't know about a snow NATO. I wouldn't. I honestly would not want. I don't want tornadoes. I moved to this part of Indiana because there is not as many. Not to say there isn't any. There's not as many heavy, stronger. I mean, any tornado sucks, but like EF0 to EF1, you're going to get damaged, but not like your house being ripped off its foundation damage, unless it's poorly built. No balloons? Balloons! Balloons? Balloons. No, I don't know why. Have a good night, Charlene. Thank you for joining. and supporting as always. And definitely get me Snaggletooth. I'm compiling a lot of the photos now, and I'm going to be working on the next couple of weeks. Well, if I have my spring break coming up, so that's when I'm going to really like nails to the grindstone, get a lot of stuff storyboarded out so that I can now have a bigger picture. But if you guys really want to be a part of it or have like your pet in there, um definitely send me stuff because I'm playing around. Right now it's just me tapping into playing around with the idea and seeing how it goes and using different systems like Canva or there's a lot of different ones out there now that are free that I could just use a template and just plug in my stuff. So I'm just playing right now, but it's going to be reality. It's going to happen. I feel it. I want it. I want to have fun. And if it's just for us, great. I'm also investigating um having like a spring tea shop or a shop that you can purchase Little Thor, Freya, superhero cat mugs, shirts. I'm just trying to figure out what is going to land and stick and help me not stress anymore. And so that I can start helping it once I am set, once I am making enough, I could start helping people. I could do more for people. I don't have to go, I could go to sleep knowing that I helped save somebody or did something nice for somebody. I do it anyway, but in the way that I want to, if that makes sense. I mean, we have the controls right now in life to take what is no longer serving us and releasing it. I'm the person that will tell you I had not the best life in my past. I have done stupid shit I'm not proud of. I have things that I was not the prettiest spiritual person ever. I was more of the shadow, not in the happy mood, not being righteous all the time. Seriously. But that's not me anymore. And that hasn't been me in a long time. And it's shifting the frequency and shifting out of that stuff that, my goodness. I have people that troll me all the time. There's a lot of people that do a lot of negative things. See, here's the thing with that. A person of a dual frequency like myself could tap into either the dark or the light. I could play their game too. I'm neutral for a reason, and not neutral because I didn't pick a side. I'm team light. But I could play the demonic fuck really easily. All magic is energy and how your will of intention is using it. If you are a high light being, you're protected. Sure, people get scammed and it's a lesson to learn from. We are the ones rewriting reality right now. You, me, all of you are rewriting reality. So why can't we write a reality where no one's being taken advantage of and everybody has a fair chance? Not because you have an in with the mafia or an in with this person or that person, because that's how it runs out here in Indiana. You have to know people to get a good job. But we can make his doggy an angel, and I can make Morgan and Ethan and Taffy Cat and Odin angels, and they can meet in heaven and play. So just because a doggy or a kitty cat has transcended, and if you would like to be a part of the book, totally, we can have them having fun in the higher dimensions. The idea about what I'm doing with the animal book, like making them the highlight of going on adventures, is to explore spiritual topics like clairvoyancy, like portaling, like having fun, but using intuition and a child reading the book. It's going to be children-esque in content, but with heavy spiritual ideas and backing behind it. There's a lot of children that see spirits. I never had a book to navigate that. I saw things that were fucked up as a child. I experienced things that a little kid should never see or be exposed to. I didn't have a book to tell me that it's okay if you see that. It's a part of your journey. That's the thing. I want to put out content for kids in a fun, playful way that's not scary, but also really shedding light on, hey, like Freya can see ghosts. Or I have a sleepy dragon over here, and Freya doesn't want to come down all the time because he's sleeping and he's probably breathing fire in another realm and she can fucking feel it. You know, kids need something. They need something. And I want to do it in a playful way, but also make it for adults to say, oh, look, someone's finally talking about that and making it child friendly so I can read it to my grandkids. You know, where a lot of people are not, even the religious people out there, no matter what religion, there is superstitious things that they will read because they also somewhere inside of them believe it. There are a lot of people on in a religious basis who have had experiences seeing ghosts, seeing UFOs, seeing things out of like Bigfoot, right? The Yeti pops up, the jinn, they hear things and they're like, but this is too real and this feels too real to not be true. And then their religious ego comes back and forth and plays a game with them because that's evil or this is this and society told me it's that when it's something else. So I want that to be like the mission I want for this. Like not just here on YouTube channel and I want to inspire other people to start doing and I'm only talking out my ideas because somewhere somebody that listens to me might pull an idea or get an epiphany and take it in another direction and runs with it and they get successful. It's not just about me. It isn't. I'm taking you on my journey, obviously, but I don't really keep much in because I want other people to also get a spark of inspiration, light a fire under your tushy, and run with it. It's a lot of this stuff you could do for free. or very minimal pay. Ooh, a school lost its roof. Okay, just for everybody's understanding, um, 8,000 people in my area lost power. I was one of them in the Indiana area. So just so that we all know, I took a gamble going live today. I took a gamble. That was a gamble. Guys, who knows what tomorrow is? 3.14. It's Pi Day. Tomorrow is Pi Day. Al Sunray has it. Tomorrow's Pie Day. So anybody out there that likes pie, I like coconut custard cream pie. It's my favorite. If Allison were to tell you the pie that I like, that's the pie I like. Um, love coconut custard pie. It's Pie Day tomorrow. Make sure you have a piece of pie. That is correct. And yes, we are in March Madness. It's happening. It's going down. March is happening. But don't be, when you're hearing the outside influencing happening, just take it with a grain of salt because every year the Ides of March and it's March Madness and it's this and it's that and we're gonna hit Aries season in a few days and Aries the blah, Happy New Year, April Fool's Day, yay! Come to Neutral Center. Come to the place. We need to. I believe right now with the Schumann resonance coming in, we're going to integrate those energies. The last couple of hours to days, we've been getting a lot of heavy information, uploads and downloads, convening. We got a grid going on like your graphing paper right now. Things are densifying. It's not just back in the day where we had a light spike and we integrated the information and kind of filtered out what we were needing. Now the game has changed. Now we're being tested to really integrate the energy, but not to give it away in the places that are perpetuating a circle loop instead of a spiral up. It's awesome information to know that the Epstein files are out. Where's the Wiener laptop? Oh, the stuff that was circulating 8 years ago is now recycling again. You have to do everything twice. I'm cool with that. But what are you paying attention to? Are you building the future and rewriting the structure of reality with all of us, or are you perpetuating the old stuff that we don't need anymore? We know the truth within. Once you find that out, all that information is just validation. It's like, oh, I knew that. I kind of had that feeling. I kind of had that knowing. And not everybody's going to see it because not everybody's in that reality. Not everybody is understanding that it's a thought to remember from another self that's already lived it over there. And we're just collectively choosing where to jump to have the next experience, if that makes sense. We didn't choose to do the Armageddon route. We're playing out the theoretical Third World War, get to the precipice point, and up, it's the Bay of Pigs and everything's fine. As gas just went up again a lot, I was happy paying $2.50, $2.57 for my gas, and now it's over $3. The people need relief. These people don't give a fuck that you can't afford to put food on your table. They told you were going to get a stimulus check, you're going to get Doge money, you're going to get all this stuff. Where is it? I'm not on any team anymore. I really don't even follow politics much. It's in my feed and I'll entertain it. I'm not feeding my energy to it anymore. We all have to start creating better for ourselves. And how we do that is working together. What do you want in your reality? And let's get practical small steps instead of taking the giant quantum leap. We need the small steps for mankind because we need to integrate these things. You can't just pull heaven to earth. It would explode. It would kablooey. Yes, I am team light, but I know how to play with the dark. I'm both. I'm both frequencies. I'm not afraid of the darkness. I can play their game too. I just choose the righteous path. I choose the Christ consciousness. I choose. I've chosen the polarity of positive, this life. I know that I have other lives. I know it, that I was evil, that I did horrible things. But my soul needed those experiences to give me some contrast. I can't always be the healer, the shaman, the seer. Yeah, I play those roles differently in each of the lives that are there, without a doubt. I do. But some lives are heavy with that, and some lives are just menial shit. I need to experience certain things. We all have experienced it all for the most part. Many of us are not coming back as a human. We'll have some sort of humanness experience, but like the essence that's in your body right now is transcending to light. And if not light, an alien form. If not an alien form, a celestial. I didn't choose your soul contract. I don't know what your soul contract says, but mine, I'm probably going to my light body. I'm already cognizant of it. I'm already knowing of it. I can travel through it consciously. I don't watch Wish TV. Well, me, I'm just not a happy camper that it's going to be 70 degrees and great Sunday morning. And then by Sunday evening, it's going to be tornado season again. And then in the overnight, it's going to snow and ice and be 20 degrees. and probably 25 below zero. We've been there and done that a whole winter. I like not having to put 5 layers on to walk to work. It ain't fun. So for anybody that's interested, go to my the live in frequency, the sovereign timeline is phenomenal, and it's going to give you the exercises. It again, you can change it to how you want it to look for you, but it's going to structure some stuff for you to get those and integrate that work. A lot of it I've already done. Oh boy. Well, enjoy your walk with your doggo. Why I prefer cats over dogs. And not because I don't like dogs. I love dogs. I like pugs and huskies, goldies, golden retrievers. I do like them. Um, there's some other dogs I like, but they have to be really cute. I like pitties. Pitties are one of my favorite breeds. I like the pit bull because they're really cute. And everyone that I've ever come into contact with loves me. I like pitties. They're really big though, and they will make me run for them. Here's another article. I'm rating these because I really feel the energy off of these. And maybe in the past I post them, but not everything I post is for me. But these I feel very much in alignment with. Look carefully at your life right now. Everything that hasn't happened, everything you've postponed, every dream you've whispered in secret, those are not failures. They are choices you keep making unconsciously. Today, ask something dangerous of you. Stop lying to yourself. Stop justifying comfort, distraction, and indecision. The world does not wait, and neither will your potential. You cannot wish your way forward. You cannot hope your way out of a stagnation, and you cannot hide from the truth any longer. The excuses are heavy because they are illusions, and each one you finally see is a weight lifted. This day demands clarity, courage, and ruthless honesty. Begin now. Decide, move, act. If you do, the momentum will carry you far faster than fear ever could. And when you look back, you will not remember the moments you hesitated, only the moments you dared. The day your excuses end is the moment your real life, your soul path, and your personal growth truly begin. It is the turning point where stagnation transforms into action and action transforms into responsibility. By breaking the habit of rationalizing inaction and learning to embrace discomfort, you begin to unlock your true potential. In that moment, success happens and profound change becomes possible. proving that who you can become is far greater than who you have been. And a lot of these things were programs and subconscious things that were holding us back. I'm getting out of my comfort zone and I'm going to look into doing courses that are things that I am not comfortable with. But getting out of my comfort zone is what I know I need. Stepping into an avenue of like, okay, I'm dyslexic and how is this going to happen? I'm letting go of that. It's not a fear, more of an anxiety because I can't help that my brain flips shit or I see things in a sentence, words that are not literally there, but my brain sees it. I just then will need extra support from others to point those things out for me. We're not supposed to do this stuff anymore by ourselves. And I really hope that that's the path that my soul is choosing to take, is incorporating more help, getting an honest criticism, which I'm happy doing constructive criticism. When you're ripping me apart and being destructive, it's not going to help. Okay, this is really funny. I got this candle for $1 at the bin store. The bin store closed, but I'm a fur mommy, but mom's last nerve. Oh, look, it's on fire. It smells really good. Yeah, I know somebody that I'm friends with in New York has like a good coding job, and he was like, "Why don't you do code?" Dude, that dash, that little underscore, that hyphen, I miss a lot of that stuff. Like my English professor in college, he had a doctorate in French existentialism and aesthetics, and wrote books. He asked us to write an essay, and he was like, Alice, he used to sing to me, Allison, you're from the New York City school system, aren't you? And I said, yeah, why? He goes, because you have zero grammar in your work. No commas, periods, run-on sentences. He's like, girl, I don't know how you're going to pass my class. I was like, well, I'm only here as proof that the system is failing us. Help. Hearken, help. I got tutoring in college for that. But, you know, when I privately told him I'm dyslexic and that I have organizational dyslexia, where the organization of like numbers and I don't see things properly. I have gotten a lot better with that, but when I'm like in stress land or I got subconscious things going on, like my brain shuts off and my crosshairs happen and if anybody has ever listened to me read Owaspy and Blavatsky and the Arancha book, you know I'm dyslexic. I need things highlighted for me. I see when I look at color and I see certain like numbers, in order for me to pass geometry in high school, I had to learn how to number system and color system my numbers so that it didn't flip in my eyesight, in my brain, so that I got the right fractions are horrible for me too. And then don't get me started on and why Allison really truly went to art school was because there's no way I would have been able to handle calculus. Why I've never taken physics, not because I'm not interested in the conceiving it and doing the experiments. Don't tell me to do the math because I don't, the symbols fucking play in my brain. They move on the paper. My brain doesn't compute. That's one card we never got here before. I usually pull very similar cards every week for us. Interesting. There's still a lot of cards I have not pulled. I want to get more of these decks because I like the archetype. I like these decks. There's a few more out there. In time. Ishmael, that's so cute. Um, Ishmael just sent me a little project for the kiddos. I might be able to do that as a crafty on and jazz it up. But I have children that will eat paper. We have to be very careful when we're doing our projects in my room, what materials we're using, how we're using it, and how we can really quickly get it out of the grasp of children who will just do. I have kids that will just about put anything in their mouth. Choking hazard. I swear, Scott, I'm drinking coffee. I swear. Before I read those, there was something else that was here. I found it. Why you feel so heavy right now. And some of this actually makes sense to me because I've been feeling really heavy. Literally, I want to say the last couple of months have been heavy. Personally, not showing it, but right now, yesterday was bananas. We are currently in the balsamic moon, the darkest part of the lunar cycle. It is the cosmic void between the life you're leaving and the one beginning on March 20th, because that's Aries season. That's the initial Aries season. If you feel exhausted or between worlds, you aren't failing. You're just in a cocoon. I don't know how many caterpillars I had to become and leave the cocoon. And I don't know if this is the major transformation or just a little one. We'll see. The balsamic moon does. It's the death before rebirth, the final purge before the new cycle begins. Everything that needs to end is dying. Relationships, patterns, versions of yourself, old timelines, and death. Even necessary death is heavy. Right now, you are simultaneously carrying the weight of what's ending, eclipse portal still open, processing Mercury retrograde revelations, truths you cannot unsee, holding space for what's not here yet, new moon hasn't arrived, exiting in Pisces season, the most dissolving, boundaryless energy. Let the old version of you go quietly. The version that wakes up on the other side of this will be worth the wait. And this really makes a lot of sense. Letting the old version of you go is not one day a flash of light happens and here you are, your new self. It's a process, and it's you rewiring your reactions to not allow the old self to cross over your barriers, your boundary spaces. And it's not necessarily you doing it to yourself, it's other people testing you. The version of me that's back there, I don't want anymore. It served me at the time that I lived it because I didn't know better. I was reacting from a space of not knowing enough or just doing the best I can in the circumstances at that time. And I can think everybody can equate that for themselves. You know, sometimes you're like, oh, why did I say that? Or why did I do that? And you think back on, oh, if I just reacted this way, or if I said that thing, but you're not a fallible, perfect specimen of a human. We're all flawed. We all have imperfections. And sometimes, like me, I process things slowly. So somebody's like jumping on me to answer something. Sometimes I draw a blank. I'm the deer in headlights. I have the answer. It just doesn't come out. Or I have to sit there and analyze, well, how am I going to respond? In what way am I going to respond? And it's over analytical. I can't do that either. I don't want to be that. I just want to be organic. I just want to get things out. Normal, Allison way. But recently I've been having to go, well, if I say this, this is a consequence. If I do this, this is a consequence. If I phrase it this way, it might be taken wrong. If I phrase it this way, it might not be taken the right way. That's my purge. A lot of us are there trying to determine what in the old needs to absolutely die and crumble and turn into ash so we can rise from it, and what needs to be brought in from the old that we could keep about ourselves that escalate and bring us up. And that's what a lot of us are determining in our energetic fields right now. Me feeling super heavy yesterday and reacting in a way that I'm not proud of. I literally was screaming my face off, lost my teeth. It was embarrassing because I cannot speak without my front teeth, and crying. Because people can't leave the past where it belongs. And what people assume that I am, I'm not. And that hurts too, but I can't stop somebody from thinking those things. I can only model the behavior that I'm in now and hope that people are willing to ride it out with me. But I'm not for everybody. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I'm light and sweet, but I'm also bitter and bitchy. I'm both. I like my coffee light and sweet, by the way. I can't drink black coffee. I've tried. It really hurts my tummy. Even though it's way healthier for you. Before I get, yeah, we're going to get in the cards, I promise. But I wanted to read Spiritual Cachet. A quiet, mine's not quiet. A quiet shift in clarity may be moving through you now. Your focus changes. Something that once felt distant suddenly feels alive again. An interest, an idea, or a direction begins to pull your attention in a way that feels natural rather than forced. This is often what happens after old patterns finally fall away. The space they leave behind doesn't remain empty for long. It fills with something truer. A renewed sense of curiosity, purpose, and possibility begins to take its place. What you're feeling isn't something new being added to you. It's the return of something that was always there. The more space you've created through awareness, the more freely your authentic nature can express itself. And from that openness, life begins to move again. This is where creation begins, presence becomes movement. Curiosity becomes direction, and the path ahead reveals itself one step at a time. You're free to move where the flow leads you now. I can tell you that for myself, I let go. I always wanted to write a book, but I didn't know what kind. I always wanted to use my artistic expression in places that will be noticed and appreciated, but it hasn't landed there yet. Now, how do I get really unique and expressive with every kind of thing that I do? And then clarity hit. Make the book yourself and use your artwork and do a child's book. Or learn how to do all these things. You know what, Allison? Create courses. Test them out on YouTube, see if it lands, and then put it on other platforms. Not everybody wants to go through my channel to find everything. People are lazy and people need instant gratification. But if someone's willing to learn something or see a different perspective on it, there's a million people that could teach you spiritual shit. Anybody can teach it, but very few are successful at it. I bet you if Ashmaya really wanted to get very creative, she can make a course about how she felt. She could do felting parties. Her pillow's all the way over there. I would show it when I get up. I hate Roman numerals, by the way. Not a fan. Sorry, guys. I said dyslexia and my brain went into that mode. I have to laugh at myself if I don't. It's a lost cause. I'm serious. My brain does not see things like other human beings. I don't know what that is about. Don't know why, but it is. It's really annoying. It really is. I'm sorry. Um, I don't wish things to be this way. I don't want it to be this way. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. I found it. Son of a bitch. Ik libbity. I know that one. I don't have my translator on. Ah. Ah, someone knows German. Anywho, so we have the unseen, the self, the mountain, and the kiss. You two can have fun Germaning over there. The unseen, the spirit, the ancestor, the eternal. The unseen is just as it sounds. We cannot see it, yet it sees us, watching and waiting, with wisdom both kind and instructive. We feel this presence, sense it, intuit, and then doubt its existence. Though it rallies our attention time and time again, the energy of the unseen may come in many forms: a compelling dream, a sudden insight, a clear voice, a vision, or a message from a loved one who has passed to the other side. It is natural to fear these communications as they challenge our perception of what is real. When this card appears, your guides are near. The eternal is present. The doorway between worlds is ajar. Listen, the sounds may seem as though they came from a distant land, but they call for your innermost chambers. Dotalism, pointillism. Look at that. Hey, baby Luigi. Hey, yo. What's up? You don't think I'm not gonna go and translate that shit, huh? Mm-hmm. Yepperoonie. The hell? Oh, my knifey dropped. So we have the unseen. So, hi everybody. Baby Tony, what's up? I know for the Patriots out there, Tom McDonald's new song is should have came out like 3 years ago. But interesting. I do listen to rap once in a while. Wu-Tang for life. I'm all about Wu-Tang. I gotta say, Cream, Dollar Dollar Bill, y'all. Triumph is one of my favorite of all time rap songs because it's just continuous. Continuous. ODB. I mean, they're from Staten Island. Well, some of them are from Staten Island, but they all Stapleton projects. A lot of their music videos were done on Staten Island. Fubu and Redman used to live not far from me. And I've seen Method Man and Spencer Gifts when my friends worked there and I was their ride. I'd come in and I would close with them. And he used to come in right before the mall closed to go shopping. And he's a cool ass guy. Yeah. Um, yeah. So fun fact about where I used to live. A lot of people used to hide out and live on Staten Island because really no one gives a fuck. You had the mafia, you had rappers, you had people that lived in places that like are off the beaten path. There are places like that. And Method Man had a house. I'm sure he still does. And Redman had an apartment not far from me. Cribs, MTV Cribs, it's really funny. His episode was hysterical. Not far from me. And they used to do a lot of events and community events and not really charge anybody, and I got to do a lot of that stuff. I went to high school in the ghetto, not in the safest neighborhood, had gang fights and the principal calling the house and saying, "Oh, there's going to be slashings. Don't go to school today." Yay. But overall, Wu-Tang is for life, and Wu-Tang is really strong a Staten Island thing. Shaolin. So, I mean, even working in Manhattan, my school was on a block, 6th Avenue, 17th Street, that a lot of movies were filmed on, or they set up the movie trailers. So their makeup trailer, the food that all the staff and all the people working on the movie would go and grab food. They would set up the tents outside, especially during the vid. But before the vid, I mean, my block was always like closed down for trailers and movie peoples. And I mean, they can't close the street down, but you get to walk past and you see like famous people walking. I don't idolatrize anybody, but I've seen a lot of people in Barnes and Nobles and Trader Joe's and Starbucks. They just want to be left alone. I seen Jim Carrey in person. He came into the Staten Island YMCA filming Mr. Popper's Penguins across the street. He played the Grinch for the kids. It was the cutest thing ever. So yeah, they're just people. They're just people. And we give too much energy to that. But it's cool seeing to see what they're playing in their character and how it translates into real life. And a lot of these people are really humbled, down to earth people. Yeah, I met Jim Carrey. Um, quickly, hi, like nice to meet you kind of thing. But like he was in my the YMCA building, and he met the pre-K kids, and I got to see a little bit of that. Like Method Man walking into Spencer's and looking at like whatever was out in that time frame. It was cool. He was really chill, and well, he didn't, no one, New Yorkers don't swarm stars or idol people. Like we don't do that. We know people have boundaries. We like to do that, but like we're not going and bothering somebody, and when they come up to, cash out, purchase their things, hey, can I have an autograph? They're really cool, they'll do it. And then you let them go. Like you don't want to, oh my God. You see some of these girls and it's like, oh, you too much. Chill the fuck out. I mean, it's really cool. And I used to kind of help my friends when I had somebody who used to be playing in a band before the big bands used to come on. So I actually was backstage helping put guitars on stage and wiring things. And I got to meet a lot of the people that I was like, I listen to your music and it's amazing, it's life changing. A lot of those people I've met, but a lot of them are humbled and they're really cool. And if you just make it quick and painless for them, they're cool. Those are the people that we should all, I wouldn't call it luck. I wouldn't really call it luck. I would just call it that it was a cool experience to meet people that millions of people have watched on stage and either listen to their music or watch them in a film. it's humbling sometimes when they're really cool and they impart wisdom on you or they'll give you some advice. Um, oh, that's awesome. Like if they're gonna take the time to like invest in the people who are making them famous or making them, relevant, it's nice to get a feedback. I never asked any of them. They were not in my field. One of my professors, Marilyn Minter, who's an extraordinary painter, I had her as a professor. I was a little starstruck by that, but not by much. She was really down to earth and chill and loved my artwork, and we had good conversation. You got to be humble and you got to be yourself when you are seeing somebody that obviously they're just living their life as a human being and wanting to go in and not be bothered by a swarm of people. And okay. Hi, Ivy. Well, Ivy, so Angie got an email back from me and I will be there. I have to fill out the application and get it back to her. So April 11th, I'm going to be doing a vending event and someone paid it forward for me. And that person who paid it forward for me can pick out a piece of mine that's for sale. So if Miss Ivy did that for me, she can have a piece of her choice. I told Angie that because I she didn't say who it was. But she emailed me this afternoon. I was at work, but when I checked my email, she was like, "Yeah, so someone paid it forward for you. We'll see you on the 11th." And I responded back, "Thank you. I'll get my application to you, the paperwork." And that whoever was that person can pick anything off of my table. So that that goes out there. And I'm very blessed and thankful for that because I knew it was you. Thank you. Well, it is close to my birthday, 6 days, 5 days out from there. So yeah, I'm very thankful. As all we plead the fifth, I know. I'm very thankful for Ivy for doing that for me. I'm really hoping that I get the library event because I really enjoy doing that one. That's on March 30th. Okay, so that 11th, I'm not on my spring break because Miss Allison has to go work a day during spring break so I can get paid. Um, yeah, I'm very blessed for the people in my life. Very, very blessed. So today, while we're talking about rappers, and I'll get back to the cards, I promise. Um, obviously, like I had my staff photo taken, and I get a card that I have to present when I go in the building and walk around. I have to have it on me. So the kids' photo album came out today, like so all the kids' pictures. Not every kid in my class took a picture. It's very difficult to get a child to focus that's autistic and not quite here to take a good picture. And one of them, he is the cutest thing ever, but he looks like iced tea. I think it's iced tea or ice cube. I don't even know, but it's the cutest fucking thing ever. So effing cute. My eyesight is blurry. Seraphith El Portal, welcome. Like, oh my God, dying. Back to cards. Sorry. I had to because he really does look like a rapper in baby form. I'm evil, which is not a bad thing. So we have the unseen. So if you're seeing things, you're feeling things and experiencing things, you're gonna, this is like the card is telling you, like, don't ignore it. We get this card almost every week. The self, the soul, the witness, the watcher. The self is the prism that allows the spectrum of our personalities to radiate. It does not judge, prohibit, suppress, or oppress any of its parts, as it lovingly knows that all aspects have a time and a place, and leads us to the experience the full breadth of life's offerings. The self is essential abiding container, the awareness of the infinite universe of possibilities. When this card appears, it's a call to step back in to witness consciousness. Be metacognitive. To observe yourself navigating the world. Ask yourself, am I the stew or am I the chef? In most situations, our ego draws us into the cauldron where we swirl, spin, and smolder. In chaos. Yet the self is a graceful culinary dancer, watching, waiting, observing as the spectrum of ingredients become the flavor of our life. Look in the mirror for 30 seconds or more. Attempt to see the you behind you. I'm hoping the kid that I just pointed out, obviously I can't show photos. I can't say names either. But, okay. If this kid gets his voice because he's nonverbal, he's verbal, but not, he doesn't really speak much. He says little things here and there, and it's like a miracle that we hear something. If he can ever, it would be like the rebirth. Adorbs. And I did have a little kid that looked like Coolio. Like a crossbreed between Coolio and ODB. Just the facial expressions alone. I'm like, some of these kids, if they really grow up into being an impersonator, some of these kids are going to be like golden. So far, we have the unseen and the self. There's a lot of people right now seeing things. Today in my classroom, as the power kind of went bananas, my teacher felt it. Like I felt it, because I explained it and she goes, yeah, I felt it too. And it was instantaneous. So she felt it. She felt energy in the air. She's never felt before. She's like, I never felt like that before. But like, now that you're here and explaining things to me, like now I'm just starting to get it. This is somebody that is not in cognizance of spiritual land. If you're starting to experience things, see things, having dreams, take note of them. Not everything is going to be evil and not every symbolism, because certain people say, oh, owls are evil. Oh, they're harbingers of this. don't read into that. Read into what it means for you. What does it feel for you? Stop interpreting everything as what other people dictate. What does that feel for you first? Then validate yourself through what other people say. You are a multidimensional expression of source in fractal form in this expression, in this branching of reality. There's more to you than you think. We have the mountain. We get this a lot. The ascent, the fear, the peak. Sorry. I don't know why I said fear. Maybe people are fearing to go within. The insurmountable. The mountain stands eternal in our awareness, calling us toward its peak. It stirs up stoic and regal feelings, reminding us of the long line of spirits, sages, sadhus, and gods that made their humble thrones upon its snowy peaks. Beware, though, as the mountain can affect us in two ways. It can inspire and enliven us to rise to new heights and peak experience. Yet it can also create isolation, competitiveness, and an inflated sense of self. Standing upon its heights can activate the purist and the perfectionist in us, creating separation from those we deem to be below. No matter how high you ascend, remember that it is within the core of the mountain that the gems, minerals, and jewels reside. If you think it's all about going up, you're following the fool's path and missing the miner's magic. So basically, a lot of these cards are basically saying you are using your intuition to go within yourself and really, yes, we are ascending, but the real ascension happens within ourselves, not outside of ourselves. And if we look at Thus Spoke Zarathustra, Nietzsche wrote, like, yeah, he was a hermit. He was in the mountain. He went in the mountain. He was dwelling above everybody. And then he did come back down and face all the masks of himself in society. All these other people that he was expressing himself to were really like mirrors to him to say, hey, like, oh, the fool and the king and this guy and that guy, the humble drunkard, all aspects of him through other people, not realizing that it all is himself. So go within. And the last card, we have the kiss, the touch, the chemistry, the sex. Before a first kiss, the air is electrified. Each breath is alive with possibility and magic. What will their lips be like? Their tongue? Do they want me in return? The archetypical energy of the kiss is a heightened sensation of merging with other, of letting in what was moments ago separate. Two become one. It is risky but beautiful business. These moments forever change us as we move past the solitary self toward union and acceptance. This card suggests true intimacy is around the corner, which requires bravery and surrender. When the kiss takes on non-human form, it may be experienced as touching the sacred, hearing a whisper, or being graced by a divine being. You will recognize the presence of the kiss by cold chills and awakening of the heart. As if it was chicken dropping right there. Chicken drop! Chicken. For real. Chicken! Buck, buck. It's chicken. It's chicken dance. My party lights are on because my power did go out and I just didn't turn them off. The weather is changing. At Crackies. I had a lot of security guarding today at my job. I'm a little sore, not gonna lie. I like security guarding, but it hurts my muscles. Ivy. I gotta get, so I left some fund. I did get paid, but it's already halfway gone. Um, I'm late on bills now. Fun. So I left a little playroom because I have my car insurance and my homeowner's insurance that I have no choice. They have to get paid. Um, so I had to leave some money in there in my account. So I'm leaving. I left some room for food. I suggest to go get some food tomorrow because Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday might be the snow apocalypse, but it's going to happen more north of us. I think we're going to get snow, but not enough to make that much of an impact, but enough to be unpleasant. Ooh. I'm going to say that um I know this is going to be a little hard to see. Um yeah, 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 right there. Yeah. Severe storms, tornado season right there. And right behind it, and that's coming again toward us here in Indiana, heavy ice, heavy snow, and severe storms. So it's going to go from 70 degrees to minus 25, potentially. Right before St. Patty's Day. I need a leprechaun. I have Batty. I also have Monkey Bot. Yeah. The UP of Michigan might be getting 4 feet. I'm not saying it is going to happen. I'm just saying that it's there's a reason why it's happening up here. I'm very convinced there's some shenanigans going on. So when I went out with the children today, my paraprofessional is she just became legal. It's so cute. And legal like 21. And I was like, oh, look at the clouds and do you see that? I'm like, if that was made from an airplane that was just going and flying, like it would dissipate and it would move with the 20 million mile per hour winds. This thing was like, here, hi, hi. It wasn't moving. Some speculation that we're gonna get a minus degrees is in the forecast. It's not long staying. It's not like January where it took forever to like warm up. weeks upon weeks, months and months of nothing but 20 degrees, 10 degrees, negative 10, -5. Holy fuck. It's gonna not be a long lasting thing, but it's coming from Canada once again. And like Scott's gonna have like 80 degrees in Utah. So if you're planning to go out and so the another really good thing that came out of my mouth today. What is really fun about holidays and like people that have the separation of like, oh my God, you can't celebrate that because you're not that culture. Okay, so everybody is Irish on St. Patty's Day because everybody wants to go out and have a drink. Not everybody. Cheers. Skull. But everybody can participate in St. Patty's Day. We all love shamrocks. We love good luck. We love the pot of gold and rainbows and leprechauns. How cute. And Cinco de Mayo. If anything, can you bring people in together in unity consciousness? Those two holidays right there are all about having fun, being with people, looking adorable, and drinking. It's a pastime for most people. And you don't need to be a drinker. You can have a coffee. You can have a tea. You can have a beer. Those are the two holidays that everybody's in compliance with and not going to rag you for not being that culture. Those two. And I just happen to be Irish. Yay, I'm a little leprechaun. In the hand, feeling secure, taken care of. The universe is your partner. Something amazing happens when you contemplate your intimate relationship with the higher power. How do you engage it? Perhaps you might have seen things through the influence of your religious background, or you may have been exposed to other ways of making the connection real for you. It doesn't matter the source of your understandings. What matters is what works for you. For example, if you believe in a punitive God, you will be afraid of punishment for your transgressions. If you believe in a version of a higher power that blesses you, you might find it easier to surrender to a relationship of radical trust. Right now, if you imagine relaxing, my nose is itchy, curled up in the hands of the divine, how does that make you feel? Can you then turn over your needs and desires to the divine power and trust that you're safe and secure and don't have to do anything at all to feel that way? Grace is activated in your life now. You're in good hands. Your work, family, relationships, home, everything. You've done all you can, so now is the time to rest and recharge instead of producing, doing, acting, strategizing. A hot tea, a good book, and a soft blanket are in order. Stranger, curiosity. The other moving part, past fear of differences, curiosity, acceptance. The stranger moves through the world in a shroud of darkness that often elicits fear, rejection, and uncertainty. As the danger of the unknown defines its very presence, yes, there is a veil of separation between you. Look closer and summon the courage to remain open to what you might find. You may be conditioned to look only for what mirrors what is safe and known to you. Refusing to entertain any concept of other beyond something to fear. In order to broaden your world and your experience of it, you must refute the illusion that sameness is the only way. Nothing you expect externally matches up with the other, and you're challenged by your own inexperience. But don't miss this opportunity for learning. Something extraordinary is being offered to you now if you remain curious and teachable. Allow the newness to envelope you as you explore the possibilities. This is a departure from your expectations, but the stranger has come to invite you to dance to a new music, a new tempo, a new sensation that will add more dimension to you and what you create as a result. Now is the time to leave room for other points of view, other ways of seeing with humility and grace. This is a defining moment. Take the risk. Life is a precious diamond with many facets, not just one. Yes and no. To that, can we predict future of death? You don't die. Your physical body does, but you transcend your energy. Energy doesn't die. It just moves in different states. And it all is determined on your soul contract and the way in which you are shifting your timeline. I had a medium not give me predictions, but give me like future forecasts that I was going to be married already and have a really good career, and I was going to make it, and everything was going to be just freaking phenomenal. I'm not there. Nowhere near it. Not married. I'm not in, I love what I do. I really do. I love working with autistic kids, but it's not making me ends meet. Have a good night, Mel. Don't worry, I'm not staying on too late tonight, guys, because I also have to get some sleep. And I also want to get clothes ready to, obviously, after the snow and everything, get down to Wheatfield to get some donations to those people. But I have to have time to do that. So this is not going to be the longest live tonight. Um, you can't always see. You're seeing potentials and possibilities. It's not to say it doesn't happen. It's happening in a version of a storyline that you wrote for yourself. Sometimes we grow out of that timeline, out of that story, and we start a new book. And a lot of us are seeing a new book for ourselves, one that was written already, but we still have things that we can edit and tweak out. That is what we're doing right now, in my estimation and perception of quantum leaping. Things are already written for us. They're here already. We just need to bring it in and collapse it into the wave function to experience it. You're in higher dimensions right now, living a different life. And if that life is going to start merging with this one, your dynamic of how you transcend changes. You have superposition. In quantum mechanics, there is a 0 point superposition. You're not observing anything just yet. You and source, the collective, and everything up out of your awareness wrote a cacophony of timelines, billions of different experiences that you choose. There's your free will. You choose to experience. Me, I'm like, okay, I got to come into carnation to play a role, have some missions, do some soul growth and journey through this experience. And this is how it's going to happen. And I wrote that concrete timeline contract with Source and my higher self and my oversoul. We need you to experience extremes in relationships with men. We need you to be like rock bottom many times for you to like hit hard times to propel yourself up. Phoenix rising energy. We need you to be a spokesperson to help other people see past their one book paradigm, to really explore consciousness. This is what I wrote. Now, I have the shadow and I have the light. It's not just going, oh, I'm going to jump onto that timeline because that timeline could be over here in the shadow. In superposition, I know there's a version of me right now in the multiverse that has a six-figure art career, who has over 100K subscribers here on YouTube, that has memberships, that has a book, many books out, that has courses, and not stuff that's unattainable that no one can afford. Because well, you know me, I'm all about I've been on the shit show. I can't afford crap. I need these things to be accessible to people, but I also need to live too. Right? It's not I'm not clearing your cords for $500. Sorry. No, you could do that for yourself. There's versions of me that's married and happy and living the life of a fucking dream. I have the car that I know that I would be happy with. That's all-wheel drive. I feel safe in, and it gets me to point A, point B. It's not a Maserati. It's not the Lamborghini. It's a practical, I like practical things in my life. I'm not complicated as a human being. As abstract as a thinker as I am, there is a version of me right now I am bringing in. I'm collapsing. I'm bringing heaven to earth. I'm a bridge in this life. And I know I'm living that. Therefore, I'm not coming out of a lack mindset. I'm already living it. I know it. I feel it. Now I got to tune into that frequency to live it. And once I merge with that frequency and hold that state of frequency and tune into it, things start to happen slowly, stair steps. Like I finally got approved for something. That never fucking happens to me. The Stargate, finding out I lived on a Stargate. That stuff doesn't happen for me. A close adoptee finding her biological family. That's very rare. So if those things can happen for me, it can happen for other people. I'm taking you on the journey, my journey personally, to walk you through, like, yeah, Allison's going through the thick of fucking shit. It sucks. Because I'm not sitting idly by allowing the government to give me a paycheck every month or just working meaningless things and being a drone in society. Like I'm picking myself up and I'm trying to think differently, unconventionally, to carve a path for myself, but also make a way for other people. It might not be many, but it might be enough people that see it my way or see in a way that also shapes them and gives them epiphanies and go, holy crap, I'm going to take it over here now. We all have to feed off each other in a positive way. We're all supposed to start working together and not being isolated in our own ventures and it's just you and the world. We're all supposed to come together. We're supposed to cross, Ghostbusters, don't cross the streams. No, we're supposed to cross the streams now. We're all supposed to help each other out however we can. And if you haven't done so, please like, share, subscribe, hype any one of my videos. But also look at my links section. My links are not just about me. I have a plethora of people in my links section. Obviously, it's not there you get with this live. It will be after it ends. But you get to see a plethora of people. I have Arnie, who does oracle cards I'm going to read. He makes oracle cards. He has music videos. I have all his information there. Go support him. Our moderator, Mr. Scott Pace, has a YouTube channel as well. Subscribe to him. We have Fluid Pour Patriot. He has amazing work, and it's not just patriotism, it's animals. Awesome stuff. Go check him out. I got people on there. I added one the other day. Miss Sid, Ashmaya's friend. We have Mickie Michelle, another person that comes in and out of the channel. Her stuff is there. We have somebody who needs a GoFundMe. It's on there. It's not just about me, because you all are aspects of me and I'm aspects of you. And that's where we start getting unity consciousness. You don't have to agree with everything I say. You don't have to align with any of it. Just the understanding that you're more than this body is enough. If I open up a channel in your expression to go look in another direction, that is success for me. That's important. I'm the only person in this vehicle that is feeling, experiencing, and seeing my reality the way I do. The way I feel love is different from everybody else because I experience it differently. All of you have the same thing. You all feel pain, experience things differently from me. You see the world differently. Some people have everything handed to them. Some people struggle. It's all state of mind, but it's putting your best foot forward. I did see that. Yes, Divine Sunflower Tarot. It's important that we share each other and that we are there for each other. And it's important that we do it in the ways that we can. Not everybody has finances, not everybody, but your support can be a click. Your support can be a subscribe. Your support can be going on your social media and going, oh, you know what I learned today? Boom. That's why I'm a part of People for People for the moment, because I'm impacting people. I'm an impact director. I'm impacting people. I'm trying to help people. Like I'm going to end the live a little on the earlier side so I can go through some stuff and put a bag or a box together and donate it to the people that got hit by the tornado that happened a few days ago, not that far away from me. They lost everything. And it's in my area, so I'm able to actually drive it down and not have to find thousands of ways to get it to somebody. I can drive it down. It's important. We got to help each other out. And if we could do that, even if it's all of us, it's a small community. This is small. It's a small community. I'm not in 100K subscribers. I'm not at even 50K. I'm not even at 3K yet. We're getting there slowly. And that's the route my soul chose to take. Chat GPT even said it. What I'm doing is now just starting to percolate in the algorithm. We're not there yet. It's starting to. And not everybody wants to listen to some of these people that are feeding fluff and oh, the flash of light's coming, guys, and or the spiritual fear. There are people out there that is spewing spiritual fear. Why? No one way is the right way. There's no right or wrong. How are you aligned with your heart and your gut and your third eye? How are you aligning? Are you just doing the righteous works? Are you showing up for yourself every day? That's all that counts. It's the frequency you're planting in your field that matters. And yes, we're humans. We have a wavelength of energy. It goes up and down like a roller coaster. One day you're like, yay, woo, let's go. And then the next day you're crashing down, exhausted, and going up, Schumann residence. What is going on with you today? Oh, my life makes sense right now. That's a lot of energy in the last 24 to 48 hours. Oh, I felt that. Oh, I felt that. And the grid. It's gridding. It's like a graph paper you got in math class to plot your points. Oh, make a graph. That's gridding. What does that mean? In my interpretation, my perception, the structure of the matrix is mapping out and it's densifying heaven to earth. It's a slow rollout process, but we're getting there. We're getting there. That is an app. I've had this app for years. This phone is very old. We're at a 8.2 frequencies. That's high. This is just a Schumann resonance, and it has Italy chart too. So I have the electric field. I had to pay for this, not a lot, but it's good. I've had a lot of anomalies on that as well. There have been lives where I'm like, look, there's a blackout, but it's not that blackout. It's a blackout, but it's not a blackout. And it's a blackout, and it's not a blackout because the line keeps coming in and out. But if it's graphing off of machine, how do we get that? That's right. Talking about resonating, we have whale song, remembering, harmonizing, resonating. There are moments in life when you have a sense of deja vu. Ooh, that's a merger. That you visited this place, these feelings, this person before. And you know that a new opportunity to dance has come around again. Yet there is a haunting quality to this, a melancholy, as life's mysterious fragility is also underlined. Like a whale song that pleads for its simple notes to be matched by another, you have a short time to capture this essence and let it resonate in a way that is potentially transformative, but only if you don't turn away. Sometimes you may forget the moments of your humanity, your truest desires, because you've become so earthbound and calculating, striving and doing, you so overstimulated by the chase and what you're exposed to that you forget your heart. Now it's time to jump in the water and play and be reminded of your creative self, your collaborative impulse to sing along, seeking harmony, beauty, purpose, and meaning. At this moment, that is your exact invitation. You will achieve more than the plans you set in motion if you use this opportunity to explore. Be curious and take a much needed break from what your mind thinks it needs to accomplish. Your heart is calling, answer it. The cards and spirit are on task tonight. Muzzles, huh? It fell out. We're taking it. I don't usually do that. But if it jumps out, Spirit wants you to know about it, so we're gonna go there. It's not easy to feel. I don't know. For me, the past few weeks, there have been moments of like, oh, I got this epiphany. I'm gonna run with this idea, and I get really excited, and then I start plotting my course. And then like yesterday, I was fucking done. And I had had moments in the last couple of weeks because my life is literally at the collapse point. Like, can't pay the bills. 3D is not 3Ding very nicely to me right now. Let's put it that way. And it's been very heavy. Anything could be a course. So Brian Scott, I've seen these like advertisements. Oh yeah, Allison.com. Hi, hang on. This is from my name, the way I spell my name, which is rare. Allison.com. Okay, so this piece of paper cost me $40, but you can take the course. You don't necessarily need a certificate. I like certificates. But this is an introduction to spiritual life coaching. Done. Introduction to art therapy. I'm an artist. I have an art degree. Done. Expressive arts therapy for autism. Done. 3 courses I did. I have a fourth one that I started doing, and then like life got too much. Too much. There are free courses. You got to just know and get, free courses. And there are places that teach you AI for nothing. And either or you can go on Allison.com is the cheapest for you could take the course for free. Right. If you complete it and you want it on your resume, you can print out it's for $40 and they have sales all the time. I don't think I paid over 100, like no. One of them I got for free. So I only really paid $60 actually because I got one off for like 25% off. So Allison's really good because you can pick any genre, and obviously it more is being added all the time. It's a good way to just taste something you might not be familiar with. This is what I'm going to do with the UX design and in um instructional design. It's the only way I'm going to know if I like something. You know what? What I'm learning in this world is that there are people who are self-taught and are making it. Just because they have a degree in something, like I have a degree in art, that doesn't make me a fucking expert in comic book making, right? I went to school to learn how to paint, and I'm not I do my own thing. Acrylics and oil. I'm not the best at watercolor. I know how to hyper realistic draw, like do someone's portrait. And I have experience in doing certain modalities in art. Like I do a lot of that foam and epoxy stuff behind me. So there are other sites out there who'll offer, like Google has a free platform. I think Adobe sometimes offers free. You just got to look to see. It's not going to be the complete, but it's an overview. A lot of times, if you complete a course for free or get a certificate, they might actually give you a higher percentage off of like an actual accredited something, right? Someone who is looking for you for I don't know, for me, if I was recruiting people to help me with my channel, down the line, it might become a possibility, right? I'm not looking for somebody that graduated with a college degree because they don't have lived experience. Well, I know you understand. But I love that site because I got to do spiritual life coaching, an introduction to it. I got to have a taste of what art therapy is, how to apply it to kids with autism. Yeah, my name is spelled Alison. Why it's AllyKat. Um, so there are avenues for you. Like for me, I'm not trying to career change, but I need one. I need to start making an income that is not from a 20-year-old's perspective. I'm in my 40s. I need to make money to live, not live lavishly. I don't need a mansion. I just need food on my table, and that's really hard to do. So, it's nice that there are things out there that you can taste and try for free. And if you do a couple of them and you're like, it's not my wheelhouse, you didn't lose anything you might have lost what we call in linear time, space time, but it's still learning. All right, I'm only pulling two because it is getting a little late. And I'm tired. Also, my channel member only Oracle card reading will probably be done on Sunday. I got a lot to do tomorrow before the snowstorm, if we get a storm. Either way, I got some things to get done, and tomorrow's getting it done. Just putting that out there. And if you're interested, I do Oracle card readings. They're over an hour long. Some are shorter, some are longer, but I pull from a plethora of decks, not just the few that I do here tonight. Yeah, I'm I'm not I haven't been sleeping the last couple of nights. It's been really, really difficult for me to get some sleep. So I'm worn out. I have a lot of things to print out for. I have a notary coming. I have to make an appointment for that. I also have to figure out how to get my taxes done because I could use that extra money. My accountant is not getting back to me. So I have to find a way to do it for myself. I don't know the first thing to taxes, so I have to get that done. Because my birthday is the day after tax season. I got to get it done. So if I could get some mucho dinero back, great. That's the goal. So there's a lot of things I'm trying to catch up on, and unfortunately, tomorrow is probably going to be it. I will. What's up? Come to me. Attracting like a rose, receive abundance desires. Have you ever noticed how in summer, when the roses are at their fullest and their scent is hanging in the air, bees and other pollinators suddenly appear? Pollination happens when pollen from one plant mixes with pollen from another, or is transferred from the stigma of one flower to the stigma of another. Roses don't go running all over the place, reaching and grabbing. Rather, they rely on the bees to come to them. The rose is never reaching for the bee. It's never grasping or overstretching. It embraces what it is fully and allows life to come to it. It receives it fully. It doesn't open and close according to who walks by. It opens and blossoms regardless. This card is about receiving abundance, rose style. It's an invitation to receive the sweetness of your life, to embrace the magnificence of who you are, and also to open yourself up to the possibility of receiving what you yearn for deeply. To be clear on what you desire, to trust that all that's meant for you wants to come to you. To state your desires out loud and let your yearnings be known. To ask for what you desire. Don't reach or grasp, don't strive, control, or manipulate. That will leave you exhausted, parched, and brittle. This card delivers a message that true, sustainable abundance is coming. Connect with your sensual true nature. Be unashamed of what you desire and when it comes. Relinquish each minute. What do you desire? Blessings, Rose and Mr. Thomas. Hi. We have the rose thread. Inner call, soul led, the mystic, living courageously. This is a card of the mystic, the one who's in touch with the depths of the inner world and the inner weavings of the world and beyond, way beyond. They're dedicated to listening to the mysterious voice whispering within, to following their intuition and living in accordance with that, to living by being guided by the rose thread. Following the rose thread means being dedicated to walking the way of the rose, to being in service to humanity and dedicated to writing a new story. Everything I talked about tonight. It requires courage and faith and the willingness to pave a new path. Why most of us are here. The rose has been a symbol of the mysteries for thousands of years. The rose thread is the invisible path that the mystics follow. It takes courage to trust it, for the path is different for every single person. This is why it requires courage to trust the inner call, and those who do so find great reward. This card is a sign that you're being called to follow the initiatory path, led by the thread deep within. You may find that you're in a place of great change and are being called to have faith and gather up the courage to take the next step. This card is a sign of encouragement to keep taking the next step. It's acknowledging the courage it takes to live a soul-led life, honoring you for always taking the leap. Even when things feel unclear, especially when they do, I trust that I'm always led from within. Buckshot! Hi, Walter. What's up, guys? Florida. Buckshot. I'm jelly. I don't know. Florida's a iffy. I like Daytona. Orlando is a give or take. I like I, li- I like Daytona. Um, yeah. What's up, you two? Well, why I'm jealous is Allison is gonna have 70-degree weather. Chicken! Buck for Walter. We're going to be having 70 degrees and storms happening Sunday, and then it's gonna be like -10 and snow. Yeah, that's a real thing around here. I had another one jump out. What goes on? New moon in Cancer, relax. Relax. You do the same, Buck. I hope your dad is doing okay. I hope you have some good chicken parm. And I don't know why chicken parm equated with you, Buck, but yeah, I chicken parm. Oh, what I would do for a chicken parm. A good one. Good. Yeah, Buck, unfortunately, my weather, I don't know how long you're going to be in Florida, but my weather is going to follow you all the way down there. It's going to be super fucking cold next week. So I hope you brought a jacket. Don't hate me. I'm just giving you a warning. We have full moon in Aries. Cool your emotions. I did last night. I love chicken parm with Parmesan. Good Parmesan. I had lasagna yesterday. I got a treat. I have two kids that don't eat the school lunch, but we have to offer it, and I have to model eating it for them because they don't eat properly. So I got to have lasagna yesterday. It's not legit lasagna, but it's still really good. New moon in Capricorn, step up and lead. I had the moon out the other day and it was like 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Because I take my kids to the bus and I look up and I'm like, oh, right there. Cool. Hi, moon. What I really need is an actual real cannoli. And I mean, I made them myself thanks to Buckshot a few months ago. But, you know, and if anybody knows, here we're gonna blast out Buckshot. If anybody knows of a tech job, I know little intricacies of jobs. There's a lot of people actually losing their jobs right now. The tech industry is like laying off everybody. I don't know what's going on, but it's happening across the board. So we need to pivot and think different, and we need to get Buck and a few other people jobs. So Allison had a cannoli sweet 16 birthday cake. I almost ate the entire thing, and it was made for 200 people. Allison had a big sweet 16 because I didn't have a bat mitzvah. And my parents needed redemption for every family member that had one. So I had a sweet 16, Staten Island style. And I had cannoli cake. I had cannoli everywhere. I've been obsessed with cannoli since I was a kid. My favorite Italian dessert. And then underneath that comes biscotti and rainbow cookies. They're like in a tie because they're different, but they're really good. Um, I like tiramisu, but it depends who makes it. Yep. You would think I have Italian in me, but I'm Irish. Scandinavian. And Mr. Cheesy Cakes in Crown Point here in Indiana, their cannoli does not taste like cannoli. It's farce. I have to get stuff at Meyer, that it's a supermarket here. They have cannoli that they ship in. I'm not hungry. I was hungry earlier. I didn't really have a lunch break today either. I snacked. Hi, Zarpies. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I pronounce like shit. All right, let me feel for what you need. Well, stay tuned because I am pulling from these two decks, and these are really like direction orientated things. So don't move. Hmm. I'm looking at my decks underneath my desk. All right, from upstairs, from me is tuning into your energy, and this is not I don't this is not my wheelhouse, but I try to help where I can. Look at what has happened to you, and it's devastating. Trust me. I lost both my parents, and I don't have a husband. I really don't have family. First of all, my prayers are going to you, sweetheart. The deeper question you need to ask yourself and go within. What is your new story going to look like for you and your daughter? It's not an easy question to ask. Things are orchestrated in our lives because we wrote them in there. And I don't like to say that because it's harsh and it sometimes can come off cold, But you got to ask yourself, why did you contract this to happen to you and your daughter? This is probably something that's going to light a fire under your tushy to springboard you into something that is you're going to be able to come out of this. In the moment, if you feel like you're being evicted and you didn't get anything, what can you sell and what can you give away to purge that energy? I wouldn't I don't know your situation, but don't hold resentment because you weren't left anything. Maybe he really didn't have anything. And if you thought he did, maybe there was lies. And I'm not saying he's lying. I don't know him from a hole in the wall. But look at it as a new adventure for yourself. Look at what resources are available for you and your daughter. And that's an advantage that you have. You have a daughter that's under 18, that you need to have housing and you need to have some form of help. I don't know what state you're in, but I would get on the horn and get something out there. When people transcend or when we're codependent on somebody, and I don't know your situation. I'm not here to judge. I don't like to judge. Um, Sometimes the lesson in someone's transcension is to be and empower yourself. I've had to live the solitary life, meaning like I'm not married. I have nobody but myself to rely upon. I can't fall back on anybody either. It's just me. And it's not an easy road at all. And I can't imagine if I had a child. I have a fur baby. It's looking at what resources are at your disposal and how you can get them and get them quickly. You have root girl, the disowned self, the need for acceptance and love. The root girl sits shivering, unclean, and naked at the base of the tree of the self. She is unloved, unwanted, and shunned from her deformities. She has no home, but it is safe burrowing underground to dwell near the deepest roots of the sacred tree. Who is she to you? Could this urchin be the one part of you that reintegrated can lead with can lead you to wholeness and true purpose? This is a part of you, the embodiment of a deeply flawed perception of your failures, manifesting as guilt and shame. When you project envy onto others or an emotion or instinct that you've learned to repress or deem unnatural, it's this homeless child self crying for attention, acceptance, and love. You want to lash out, ignore it, push it aside, all the while refusing to acknowledge this ugly quality as belonging to you. Ah, but if you would only look into the root girl's eyes and see the beauty and the unmet need, your unmet need, you would realize that this part of you asks for your compassion and understanding. This part of you was born when you were wounded and were conditioned to believe you're not whole. that your expression of self is somehow too much or too little. You may have even inherited this creature from your ancestors. However, it was this child's self came to be curled up at the roots of your sacred tree self. It's time to welcome her into your heart. When you do, everything you've been searching for becomes illuminated, and your path lightens up with renewed purpose. When you come to love the root girl and claim her as your own, accepting her and your humanity, she is transformed, just as you are. Then all manner of magic begins to arrive in abundant form. Look for the beauty. And we have straddling worlds. Being comfortable in two states, wandering between realms, reinvention. When the straddling worlds card shows up, it's an invitation to get used to living with one foot in your old world and one foot in the new. There is no going back to the way things once were. And what you will be is not yet fully here. You must find the delicate balance that can bring you delight as you relish the past and all your memories, along with awe as you glimpse the astonishing and exciting future. Do not wait for applause. Move on quietly, humbly, invisible to others. This card brings an invitation to begin not only a new chapter, but a new book in your life. Do not break the news to anyone. Let people be surprised as you are as you reinvent yourself. Make sure you are not just a slightly improved and more polished version of a dated and obsolete you. Birth yourself into someone original. Do not feel like you have to explain yourself to be understood by anyone. Become a mystery even to yourself. Gaze into the mirror one morning, be pleasantly surprised. Straddling Worlds invites you to become a true wizard. Not one who performs magic tricks, but one who has mastered the dance between the visible and the invisible worlds. Between the realms of form and formlessness, you are the birther of new ideas or original and sustainable ways to being in the world. And my heart goes out to you, dear girl. Anyone's transcension is difficult enough. We have Scorpio. Investigate. Drop assumptions and ask questions. Be fascinated by a mystery. Deep dive into the well rather than settle for the surface. Look under rocks and be curious, as the situation is going to require some research. Take nothing at face value. Probe the conscious and unconscious passions that motivate the situation. Be aware of the sexual dynamics in the room and what role they play. Look at the worst case scenario so you can prepare and then feel safe enough to search for the best scenario. Be ready to transform and transmute the situation. Distill the essence, concentrate. Play your cards close to your chest. It's time to gather information, get the facts, work with the material, and introspect. Appreciate moments alone. If you learn to be comfortable alone, you will have more bargaining power in relationships. Within the depths of your soul is your connection to the infinite. Search for it. Question everything, including your own concerns. Jealousy and possessiveness drain your energy and waste time. Before triggering your defenses, the scorpion sting asks if that response will get you what you actually need. Transformation. Scorpio loans you the strength and curiosity to plume the depths and face your monsters, then soar to new heights and transform the situation. Feel the well within that connects to the collective source. Oh, it's okay. And don't go anywhere because I have two more cards to pull for everybody, but that also, the message might be for you as well. Um, you know, spiritually speaking, just breathe. Really go within and ask yourself, what is your best course of action in the moment? And look out into your community to see what you can pull for resources. Pull for whatever you can so that in the next couple of weeks to months that you have somewhere to go if you are. Find out the laws where you live and what can and cannot be done if there is a transcension. Um, there's a lot of interesting things that could be found if you look, and that's the investigation card. And that might not mean to look at his doings. That means to look at what is out there to help you. Sometimes the most uncomfortable things are the ones that propel you forward to doing the major change you need in your life. And to know that you are not alone and you're more than welcomed here. We have a beautiful amount of people in this chat that can send you beautiful, warming, healing energy. And don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell icon for anybody in the background. And that's only because I sometimes go live and I never know when I get home from work when I'm live. So the universe is going to ask you some very tough questions to yourself. This is your time to take your power back. And this is for everybody out there. We're going through a very harsh energetic time. Everything that no longer serves us is leaving. While we had like that card I just read, Scorpio is to investigate, but also what I read earlier, you're in between both worlds. You're leaving your old self, that self that is not empowered, that has been through the shit. Now you're starting to get your sense of self, your authenticity, and you're going to stand in your power. It's not going to be easy. I don't want anybody to think like my situation the last couple of weeks has been fucking hard. Should I? Shouldn't I? I can't pay my bills. I can't put food on my table. What can I do? I'm not asking for help anymore the way I was. Everything, I'm blessed by everybody here who helps me. Don't get me wrong. But I gotta help myself. How? I figured out a way. Is it a perfect one? No. But it's helping me in the moment. And that's all I could do. I started living in the moment and not started forward projecting myself. I live practically in the moment. I'm taking my power back. All the lack, the old self, the struggle, the all that crap is not my story anymore. But my new story, my destiny hasn't shaped itself yet. It's still forming. When you stand in your power and know you are worth it, you can do it, and there are free avenues to do and explore. I know time is not of an essence sometimes, but in the meantime, focus on the what ifs. So if you are evicted, know that there are places that can help you get housing at some juncture. That would be my priority. Then I would be okay. If I'm not working, what can I do to earn a living? Be modest in that. There are people that can do your resume for free. You can go on AI and make it for you. Do what you feel aligned to do. Get yourself out there. Get government assistance. Get on food stamps. You have a child you have to support. They still have to get to school. There are resources out there. They're not easily accessible for everybody. I'm not lying when I say that. There's Catholic charities. There is a lot of things that we don't tell you, but they're there. Then, whatever situation you're going through, just know that you can do it. You have the power, and you're going to make it through because you're meant to be here. It is very daunting. Transcending death, transcension. I lost both my parents. I had to bury them. I had to do a lot of things on my own without anybody's advice and just navigating the world. And I'm still not there yet. I'm not there yet. That's why I'm doing this channel, is to take people on my journey, because it's not an easy road that I'm walking right now. It's not easy. And a lot of people in this chat, they also have been and lived through it and are still going through it too. That's why it's really nice to have people that understand the difficulty. We're not invalidating the difficulty. I just like to give different modalities to people to say, hey, we want to go spiritual, but you have to be practical as well. Right? You have to get practical with, like, okay, I'm going to take my power back, but first step is making sure that me and my child have a place to sleep, a safe place, food, and some creature comforts. The rest will unfold as it unfolds. Then you can start working on the daunting stuff, but make sure that you have your security set and you can have people help you. There is help out there. I don't know where, if you're in America, I don't know where you are, but always look, just research. We have Othala. Inheritance property. There's no accidents here. Othala is a 24th and final rune card. It pays tribute to your family heritage, both the material possessions and that you inherited and attributes and traits that you were born with. When the rune card appears in a reading, you are encouraged to think about your ancestors and your current family traditions, which influences and beliefs from your past, including your childhood, have shaped your life and contributed to the person you are today. How far do these beliefs chime with your own? Do you feel there is a conflict between what is expected of you and who you really want to be? Either way, this card calls you to be true to who you are and to let go of beliefs that you don't feel in tune with anymore. What truly matters to you? An alternative reading of this rune card is that you should research your family history to discover what the past can teach you about who you are and where you came from. So if we look at this, gotcha. You're in my hood. I'm in your hood. I'm around the corner from Broadway and the Maryville High School. Go Pirates! I totally can. His birthday card? I work at Iddings Elementary. I'm not far from the tea room. We keep getting her every few weeks. And but I'll first pull a card for Mark. Mr. Birthday. Yeah, I'm in Maryville. I moved here 3 years ago. Yep. Small world. Staten Island, New York. I lived in Staten Island for 39 years and moved here and turned 40 here. And I'll be 43 in April. For the birthday boy. See, I don't know how Chicago, like if your situation happened in New York, I would know how to navigate that. I've had many people um have situations that are not pleasant. And I know like where like I could send people to resources and stuff. I don't know how Chicago if Chicago runs differently than you. I mean, obviously it does, but there has to be outreach programs and places and then empower yourself earlier when this live is over in my link section. It's Allison, my name.com. It's not mine. There is free courses. You only have to pay for the certificate, okay? But it's a really good way to see what you might be interested in and learn a new career or a new skill or something that will take you further. I'm in a career, I want to change my career, not because I hate my job. I love my job. It does not pay to pay my bills. I'm not getting by. So I have to pivot, and at this age, it's not easy to pivot when your age is used against you and the workforce is shifting right now. There's a lot of people losing their jobs too. So it sucks. So for Mark's birthday present, hi Mark, Crown Games, right use of power, leadership, responsibility, accountability. There is a game of power played by all people, whether they are conscious of it or not. It concerns who has it and who doesn't. How to get more of it and not to lose that which you have. How to wield it wisely and not get drunk with it and cause harm. These are the matters you need to ponder now that you find yourself in the crown game too. You want to be on top, the best, the most effective, the most beloved. You may discover that your deep desire to help others is disguising the underpinnings of this complex game. Power and all it entails can be both dangerous and productive, destructive and redemptive. Which will it be for you? Can you forgive without conditioning and keep your dignity when challenged? Will you be accountable, amendable to change, or making amends? Can you let go of your need to rescue others? Lead with humility while letting others discover their way home. True power is steward wisely, for it is given from the divine, not from the ego. In all your relations, the greatest beauty is when power is shared. If you're in a higher position, it's even more important to be kind and respectful. Ask for guidance. It will come when you choose compassion over your own goals and desires. When you stop caring about who wears a crown, true success and influence appear for you. I, I don't know how that applies to you, Mark, but there might be subconscious stuff there, honestly. I think there's some subconscious work there because you're an amazing guy. We have the wailing tree, reconciliation. When you encounter the wailing tree on your path, it's an invitation to stay a while and regroup. A place for you to rest and allow yourself to say goodbye to what no longer serves. You may have been overdoing things, working too hard, or putting too much effort into life with little reward. If you've been considering making a change, now is the time to do so. One important thing to consider before you make any changes is that you need to allow yourself to feel your disappointment, your loss, and mourn what was and what could not be. This is a way to honor your experience, to give yourself time to consider all the gifts in it, to put proper closure on it, to really know what you've learned as you walk away from it and into something new. Even in the perception of failure, there is much good to be discovered. However, skipping the stages of loss doesn't get you to reconciliation any faster. In fact, you will discover that you will have to come back at some point. So do it all now. Look at it all squarely and honestly and say with your feelings, life is not either or, it's both and this and that. So as you dive in and process this, allow it to become a temporary travel companion on your journey. The feelings this will bring to the surface will be challenging for sure. Yet, like all things, they will pass soon enough and you will be more enriched by the experience. And our last card before I upload and put my laundry in and get myself some sleep. Sovereign Queen Maeve. Value what is sacred to you by protecting it from interference, even that which may be well-intentioned. Be compassionate, but set firm boundaries. You are going to triumph over a negative situation. It will take courage, but you have more than enough inner strength, resourcefulness, and boldness to accomplish what you wish to obtain. Do not give up. You have the ability to connect with higher worlds, so open your heart and mind to the light. Protecting territory from a spiritual perspective is unlike the grasping and self-serving of the ego that wishes to obtain whatever it can for its own benefit. This world needs souls who are willing and able to hold sacred space and refuse to allow it to become contaminated by greed, jealousy, hate, or confusion. This is an act of courage and selflessness. Such an act of courage serves all beings. To be a son or daughter of Maeve requires some spiritual chops. To take feisty refusal to be dominated or controlled. It also takes wisdom to recognize that one can lovingly accept all that is without judgment, while it's discerning when and how to set a firm boundary, lest sacred space be trampled upon and defiled by ignorance. Rapture is a pathway out of control and into sacred and consciously chosen abandonment into something greater than self. When the ocean into which we plunge ourselves is that of the spirit, then our ecstasy becomes revitalizing, frequency raising, and soul empowering. Sovereignty is self-possession. It is the belonging to oneself that happens internally as we claim our being and commit to our unique life journey. True spiritual sovereignty exists outside of social mores. It is not about becoming subversive or disrespectful to others, but rather about seeking out freedom of being. This leads to you naturally becoming an active presence which dismantles enslaving social mores and stimulates society to mature spiritually. This oracle asks you to come home to yourself again and again. Know you are strong enough to live your life and chart your course in communion with the sacred. Do not allow your destiny to rest in the hands of others. Recognize that the light within is your true ruler. You have the power to light yourself up with spirit. Commit to what you can do and believe the realms of divine are working with you. Do not be dissuaded. You shall be victorious. That was driving me nuts. So I'm going to leave it here, guys. Thank you all for joining me tonight. Please, again, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, hype any one of my videos or lives. After this live is over, I'm going to have a huge link section. It's not just my links. It's a lot of other people I support and people that could use some help. Their links are going to be there. There's GoFundMe's. There's Arnie's Oracle cards. There's a lot of stuff there. So please check it out. Also, please make sure you ring a ding ding the bell icon because life is lifing in Allison land and everything has been insane. Like Einstein hair, insane. Between contracts and emails and other ventures and this and that and and then having this and weather and power outages and life is lifing in a crazy way. So make sure you ring the bell icon so you know when I go live. I do have it on Facebook and not Truth Social, Telegram when I'm going. Those two places. Obviously my phone is old and I can't hold many apps on it anymore, so I would be posting everywhere, but I can only post in some places. For our Midwest friends, please, please be safe tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday. Please make sure you're getting your milk and bread for the storms incoming. I'm trying to get back on track with my book readings. It's been a bit difficult because there is some really good, juicy quantum AI metaphysical ponderings I want to read article wise and explain. Oh my gosh. I'm also working on my next stage of the quantum spiritual paradigm, the history. And I'm just trying to make everything as simple as possible with getting that explained. Also, if you would like to be a part of my little adventure cartoony book with Little Thor and Freya, please email me some photos or some of you know how to message me. I'm not there yet, but I'm compiling photos. It's gonna take a lot. And then I got to storyboard everything out. So that's a lot of work, but I'm in the infancy stage of creating that. Stay tuned. For me and to all of you, please go within. Sending each and every one of you love, like a passion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go within. Be the shoulders, be the lighthouse, sprinkle and seed your truths, light that path forward. Happy incarnation anniversary to Mr. Mark. Happy birthday. Happy born day. Happy anniversary of your birth in here. Thank you so much. Mark did help me with the presentation of our last episode. That's your 4D membership. If anybody's interested, you guys get to help me and you get a shout out. Eventually I will have a screen of names of people that are 4D. We're not there yet technologically. I'm going to learn, but oh, Jesus. It's a mess. Today was like the wind is blowing and yeah, all of that. I am sending my prayers to everybody who can use it. The people that got hit in Jasper County, Indiana from the tornadoes, and people in Kankakee in Illinois, and people up in Michigan and in Oklahoma. The energy is ramping up. There's a lot of things displaced. Please send your blessings and prayers to everybody or just the energy of the area. I am praying that Sunday is just not going to happen the way they're projecting. I don't know. But my channel members, just make sure I am going to put the channel member oracle card reading on Sunday because I have a lot of catching up on documents I need to read and reaching out to people. I'm going to be banana nuts tomorrow. So I want to be in the right energy to pull my cards today. Great energy. So I have to take my sleeves off. Sending all of you love. Please have a blessed and good night. Integrate those energies. Ground. And I hope to see you on Tuesday. but also check out my other channel content. And just a little spoiler alert, Little Thor video in the morning. Until the next time, guys, have a safe and blessed.